Ladies and gentlemen, our friends around the Apex Legends community, welcome to the one, the only NESSIE Cup Finals. We have been throughout a gauntlet of competitions and moments to find the greatest of content creators, even pro players here and there. We let a few in, though this isn't the ALGS, and found a way to put them all into the greatest lobby we could assemble for $100,000 on the line today. I cannot wait to enjoy it with you all. And thank you so much for being here on Play Apex, of course, on our YouTube, across all of our content creators' YouTubes as well, my stream, my community. And of course, we will get into my compatriots who are just as excited and enthused as I am. My name is Raynday, but I'm joined by two of my favorites. You might have seen them hosting their own NESSIE Cups. It's GuhRL and Dazs. And GuhRL, I'll start with you. How excited are you to be going into this finals of the NESSIE Cup?
Super excited to see all of our contestants played out today, of all the fun modes that we got planned for them as well. There's going to be some interesting game modes to be played out today. So happy to be here, and I'm so happy for everyone who's made it here as well.
You know, GuhRL spent yesterday winning with one of our pros in North America, Jen Burton, a Twitch Rivals event. So she's already up on the weekend. She's trying to have some people she's casting now join her in that. But Dazs, as we watched on the sidelines, it's now our turn to take the headline here. Dazs, such a great content creator, and you hosted your own NESSIE Cup just a few days ago. How does it feel to finally be at the finals?
It was fantastic. Let me say there was a lot of great moments. I mean, things that really disrupted the meta for even the regular pros and casuals. But you know what's so great about the NESSIE Cup was the fact that it's also up-and-coming names for the NESSIE Cup. We're going to see breakout names that are a part of this tournament that are having their shot at pretty much striking the gold. But also, it's all inclusive. That's what's really a whole lot about the whole fun about this event. NESSIEs are awesome. 10 out of 10.
Well, NESSIEs are, man. I got like 7. Hold on here. I got like 17 NESSIEs.
I'm
this
so
is just
with you
one
on
of them. It's just one of them. I'm wearing a NESSIE. There's NESSIEs all over the place. And that's the thing, though. It is inclusive. And GuhRL, Dazs brings up a great point. Before we get into the actual meat of what the tournament is and what they'll figure out today, the NESSIE Cup intentionally is supposed to be giving back to the community. It's an honoring after 5 years of all Apex has done to build these great relationships, these great content creators that you may know or you may not know that love the game and love them back a little bit in a tournament that works for them.
Yeah, I went ahead and I watched actually a lot of content creators play from your tournaments as well, and I've seen all of the smiles that have been brought from these tournaments, and I've seen, oh, this is gonna help me pay my tuition, oh, this is, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's been helping so many people, and it's been highlighting them, and they're appreciating it so much, and I'm so happy for them.
Well, again, a massive shout out to EA and Respawn for helping us to do this, everyone in the community who's worked behind the scenes. But that means we are now at the moment. So let's get into what this tournament will hold on to for all of us to figure out how they can get into their winnings. Of course, that would be the format of today that we'll bring up on screen and talk a little bit about. I want to get your thoughts on, GuhRL, because here's the thing. As we're actually just going to speak about it a little bit. This is a different format than even all three of us have done. We each decided our own NESSIE Cups would be different, but today's format, it's going to be a new challenge for players.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the first game, we're going to do a World's Edge game, and it's going to be no guns and no Rampart or Vantage because those legends do have guns. So we're going to start it off like that. Game 2 is going to be Storm Point. It's going to be 3 strikes, no lifelines. And game 3 will be World's Edge again, duos. Gibby Caustic only. So that'll be really fun to see those shotgun
It's
fights.
a big one.
Yeah.
And Dazs, rounding it out as well. GuhRL was mentioning that on the back half, we're kind of going to do similar things there.
Exactly. When we come into game 4, we're going to see a really unique game mode, seeing 30 versus 30. We are going to have Assault and a controller placements on Stormpoint. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Game 5, we're going to be back with 3 strikes, which is going to be an absolute blast. And game 6, trios no gun to kind of round things out again, bringing back the melee only, and kind of curious what your thoughts, both of you, on the meta on seeing melee only at the start and the end. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm excited. I really can't imagine it because I've never seen something like this. And that's kind of what's so fun about the NESSIE Cup. You know, my compatriots here coming up with crazy ideas. I love it. I can't wait to see what the pros do and how they win a game of Apex Legends with no gun. I can't seem to win a drop without a gun. So if they win a whole game without a gun, I'll be very impressed. But this thing started when all of us came together and had these ideas to do individual gauntlets leading up to the finals. And girl, yours was first. So the players who qualified, there were 20 of them. Let's look back at some of the moments and walk us through kind of the theme of your tournament.
Yeah, so the theme of my tournament was a bunch of challenges, and it was a regular BR type tournament. Here we see the Kraber play in the end zone and them having a lot of fun. We see another pro player, Qzier, going crazy with the wingman. This is actually a 2 versus 3 in the end zone, and he's doing a lot of damage, calling out a lot of shots. And in this scenario, his and hers live, they're actually a couple streamer, and Andrew ends up killing Juka's team in the 2 versus 3, and they actually hug it out on stream after this. You can see Juka's POV here, Pylon, Briggs unable to finish that out, and it was just 1 by 1 HP. It was crazy, and it was so fun to watch that happen. Here it shows off the challenges, and Love is going to be able to pick up Noodle, because one of the challenges was to revive your teammate, but they just revived Respawn Kind, so they weren't able to respawn their teammate there. They made a little oopsies. But yeah, these are the Steed, Stokey, Doryu, Emmy Juju, Himalayas, Melanie, Mina, Nia Mocha, Anmu, Reptar, Senox, Sykes, Snipe Down, Tifa, Jesse, Vaxlon, Ren, Winx, Zero, and Spicy Potato. They all made it through. Big congratulations to them, and best of luck for them on their games today.
You know, I feel like we could get a little bit of a competition going on as host as to which of the 20 qualifiers actually ends up winning the NESSIE Cup, because at the end of the day, we are kind of putting ahead our champions and saying, you know, go forth, young ones, and make things happen. I had a cup that, to me, girl, I was trying to follow suit with my own, and I literally tried to follow suit. I walked in with a robe on and pretended that I had forgotten or had a miscalculation with my dress because of your entrance, where your mom called and you went from a pajamas to a ball gown. I mean, I tried to make the transformation. I don't think it was as good as yours. You look lovely, and yet I still have the NESSIE hoodie being rocked. What I try to do for mine, Dazs and Girl, this is what I love to do. Sometimes you like to play Apex, but you don't need to be competitive in the same way. You want to just chill. So I said, let's do a TDM focused, control focused, and duos focused event. And that allowed me to see players not only adapt, which is one of my favorite things to see in competition. How do you see a moment that is difficult and make something out of it? As you see Verholst here winning against Reps in the first duos, where he drops down, and it was such a sweet moment to see him clutch up and obviously get him and his partner into the finals. But it was really one of those cool things to see. Well, what are these pros going to do? Are they kind of balk at it? Or are they going to find out? No, they loved it, and that was what I felt so excited about, guys. They just got really into it, and I was really happy to qualify these amazing 20 players. I'm not going to read them all out, but they will be competing. Some big shout outs to everyone who qualified in my NESSIE Cup. And of course, I wasn't the only one here. We had girls, we had mine, and then Dazs, we would round things out with yours as well. And that happened just a few days ago.
Yeah, I mean, my tournament was just a few days ago now, and my tournament was very different, just as much as you guys were trying to round things out, make things really unique with different playstyles. We're seeing here just a clip of you having to use specific weapons only. You see Mozam, P20, things that are just kind of off meta to really throw people off. So it's not just all about being sweaty, competitive, but also having a whole lot of fun and where the game kind of fits in its own in a unique way. And trust me, they were all very excited about trying new things with the new meta, and then even switching things up over to being more melee focused. Dropped one absolutely crazy with that Fuse heirloom just popping out of the sky, and getting a kill leader too was absolutely nutty to see. And having that meta be so unique, and seeing Zach just run around armor swap, just thinking outside the box, wouldn't be the, I guess you would say, the norm of Apex, especially when you're just trying to go fisticuffs only. So when we talk about all of these champions that really move forward, just like you, I have such an amazing list of upcoming names and also big names that have all come together and really big names such as like Timmy and then Raven, but also up and coming names that deserve a lot of focus, such as Mario, Trance, Legendary Doll. I mean, even like Zach, as he clutched things out with my unique race with Watson. And I can't tell you how much I was cheering and how much I saw talking about on Twitter, just everyone breaking down how Zach came out ahead, pulling out of nowhere to punch out that Watson. So overall, it was just an absolute blast. And I'm excited to see this group of champions moving forward here.
That's always some of the best parts about a tournament like this, girl, isn't it? Just seeing what happens, the surprises. Sometimes it's those storylines that you don't expect that are great. And the cool thing is we have pros we expect to win, but undoubtedly there will be some players who we maybe haven't had a lot of screen time on main broadcasts like this to see them take home the spotlight today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited to see them all play and go into game one and get this thing started, because there's going to be a lot of, familiar names and unfamiliar names that we are going to highlight today.
All right, so that's the beauty of what we've done so far to get here. $50,000 for each tournament was the prize pool. We qualified 20 players each. Those 60 players now from the total of the qualified here today in the finals, and here they are randomized into teams for game number one. Now, game number one, we've got a special challenge. We're going to be on World's Edge, and we're going to be running trios, as you had mentioned, with no gun. Now, Dazs, why do I feel like you maybe had something to do with this? Did you have something to do with this?
I guess you could say the influence of just trying something new, melee only. Looks like it's the start and rounding out the tournament, right? Pretty interesting format.
And girl, look at these teams. I mean, who do you get your eye on as well? I know we it's hard to make a prediction so fast, but I'm going to ask you guys, who do we think, based on these random generated teams, is actually going to take the cake here in this format?
Oh my goodness, that's a tough one. I think I saw a design full Tifa Dorius. I'll go with them for game one.
Okay. All right. That sounds pretty good. I like this Timmy's team over there, so that looked pretty good to me. I feel like I always think about, it's Timmy and the fact that he moves so well. And when movement seems to be the only thing that you're giving people, Dazs, in this type of a mode, I got to put that highly. Who do you got? Who do you think on that list?
I'm glad you're asking, because I've been, now that my group has kind of warmed up to the melee only, I've got to hedge my bets with Zach. I saw him do some really interesting things by punching out. And while he didn't clutch it up like Drops, but listen, underdog compared to Drop at the moment with the fisticuffs, right? I think he's going to do something really unique and put on a show for us today.
Now, one of the cool things about this broadcast, typically if you're on Play Apex, you're watching, we're putting on a show. And this one, we are pulling back the curtain a little bit. So we're going to acknowledge chat. We're going to say hi. We're going to say hi to Daz's chat and his YouTube stream, Girl's YouTube stream. We're going to say hi onto the Twitch stream, the main broadcast, my streams here. So feel free to chat, to comment. We might feature some of those conversations and put them in throughout the day. But before we get into game one and start looking at it, Girl, I got to get off the top of the mind. Strategies.
Sure.
What are we thinking? There's no Vantage, there's no Rampart that you can play, and you don't have a gun. So, I mean, what's the lineup? What's the strat? What do you give us a thought on how this game mode's going to play? Because I really don't know.
Well, I think I saw a little bit of Daz's tournament, and Fuse was definitely a big one for this mode. A lot of grenades, a lot of arc stars, a lot of sticking. And Ash might work as well to kind of latch people onto the ground, get them stuck. Watson might be a good counter for Fuse, but I don't know if you want to do both. I'm not quite sure.
I mean, to me, the riot drill came into mind, but again, it felt like it would be great to have a Rampart throwing that wall down and then get easy riot drill damage, Daz, but no Rampart here. Do you still feel Maggie might be a pick that some of these players go with? Maggie, Fuse, something like that?
I think so. It's possible. One of the interesting ones that I saw was a lot of Caustic, especially because we've been seeing Caustic get a little bit of a buff, right?
Yeah.
But there is an interesting thing there. If a Watson puts down a gen, how can Caustic put the barrels down? That's going to be a real big counter of what we see today of who gets to push at the end and whether Fuse can be really effective.
Interesting. What do you think about that, Girl? I like that idea. I mean, Caustic seems pretty OP. If it's in a late game zone, the only counter to that is Caustic running around, or maybe a Watson.
Exactly, which is a little overwhelming. And can the Fuse save their arc stars? Can they save their grenades long enough?
We're very close to getting into game one. I'm just waiting on confirmation. I think I might have gotten it. But before we do, maybe just a final little question, girl. I like Caustic. I like that conversation. Is there any use for traditional legends like Bloodhound and Seer? Because, you know, scans, do they just lose all relevancy, you know, when we're in this position and you're just looking for raw damage output? And what about my boy Ballistic? Can he get a little bit? Is that Smart Bullet something?
I personally wouldn't choose them myself. I personally choose a legend with abilities that do damage or have some kind of stun or capture, like Ash I was talking about earlier. But something like Valkyrie, really good, especially with her ability upgrades and how she can fly a little bit extra. She might end up being a good pick here. So we're about to find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out together.
Are about to find out. It's going to be GuhRL and Dazs on the mic for this one. So while you keep theory crafting, enjoy the cast, guys, and take it away.
All right, girl. Speaking of that theory crafting, right? I mean, everyone is definitely trying to run around, and you can't look how it feels being antsy, not being able to pick anything up, right? I mean, what do you think of people are going to do? Are they going to fight early? Are they not going to fight early? Because I mean, are you going to waste those grenades? That's going to be the real big question.
Well, I think the big thing in this tournament here is placement matters the most. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if anyone will go and pick up guns because they won't want to accidentally shoot them. But arc stars and backpacks are definitely going to be picked up here. And we do actually have an off-spawn fight with a Watson.
Wow, look at that.
Jen. And this is Tifa. This is who I said was going to do really good. But oh no, she's got two on the fence. And she's getting some free punches. But no, she goes down. Designful's the last one remaining on her squad. Is he going to be able to clutch it out? He did end up picking the Valkyrie like I assumed.
Which is a really great pick. Maybe he can go back for banners. Unfortunately, they don't have a support legend here, so he really has to be able to come back for it. And are they going to guard it is also one of the big questions.
Oh, honestly, I would guard it if I were them, but again, who knows? They might end up going somewhere else. We the people confusing Onmu. It looks like they are guarding that banner for sure. They definitely noticed that they don't have a support legend.
And speaking of support legends, there's a lot of legends running around trying to get those harvesters just to level up their armors because you can't do any damage early on, besides what we saw of the early fights. Because you can't do any of that damage early on, hitting those beacons, hitting those consoles, and of course, hitting the harvesters are really going to be key here to leveling up your armor to the end game. Because otherwise, if you don't have that, I'm pretty sure nobody wants to be on white armor, right, girl?
Yeah, nobody wants to be on white armor, so going for those Evo harvesters is quite a great strat. But what
Designful here. Look at this. Let us know the update. What's going on?
He's going in for the banner. He got both banners and he's going away and he's running and they can't really catch him because they can't shoot.
He's flying right up ahead, getting that jump start. And Omnu says, not today. I'm going to catch up right to you. But is it worth just sticking this? Do you think they're going to keep chasing him down?
I mean, what do they lose, right? I think they just get more points or on their Evo shields if they do end up catching him. Onmu's really going to give it a try, but how are you going to catch a Valk? You can't fly.
That's true, unless they land right on top of them. I mean, looking at this, every second matters here. They're wasting time not getting harvesters. Wow, look at that contest. It's like having a regular ranked match, you know, punch out the Predator, right?
Looks like I'm watching racing in the air in Apex
Legends
for the first time. This is crazy. Oh, he got him. Designful.
I can't believe that.
The team that I predicted will win is first out in the first game. So I won't do any more predictions for the rest of the day.
Listen, the Melee tournament, aside of that, can definitely be unrelenting and unknown what those variables look like, just because I mean anything could happen, especially when you're trying to run around and reposition. And you know, the zone at the end, let's talk about, isn't that going to get pretty intense as players start to squeeze in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's unfortunate to have a contest like that off drop 50-50. You never know what's going to happen, and you can get focused, 3-man punched. And right now we're taking a look at Kareem, Reps, Trev, Bullet,
seeing some of that early fuse play, like you actually mentioned this early on, talking about early fuse and the impact. Do you think that individuals are going to waste those grenades early on just to get some knocks, or is it just going to be hold on to them to the very end? And look at this fortress. This fortress of nobody's going to be able to cross it.
Oh yeah, that's going to be really tough. It seems like they predicted the end zone, and they want to just hold this spot for as long as possible. And with that Watson pylon, no one's really going to be able to push them unless they go through that and punch that pylon out. So it's going to be pretty dangerous. Let's see if they predicted the zone right.
Exactly, especially with that zone. I mean, we talked about it where the pylon is definitely going to be dangerous and messy for the end game.
Yeah, what do you think about the Fuse Watson combo? Do you think having both on the same team is a disadvantage or an advantage? Oh no, now we're in a fight with the caustic, like you said.
Oh my gosh, this already happened here. Let us know. Tell us what's going on here. What are we seeing?
Okay, so we're taking a look at a Lifeline Caustic Watson team. That's really good. The Lifeline can revive her teammates if they go down, but it doesn't seem like they're going to want to push and risk this fight at all, so they're going to be running away for now. Yeah, seems like they want to play for that end zone late game. The ultimate didn't quite do what they wanted it to.
And you know, the hard part is that if people as Watsons choose the perk where they get more HP, those gens are going to be pretty pesky to get down at the end zones. It's going to take a whole group of people beating up that Watson gen just to get it out.
Yeah, so like you said, it's going to be tough for those Fuses, Maggies, and Caustics late game when they're competing with Watson. So I think Watson's got to be the best legend to play, and I think that's why some people are deciding to play Lifeline and Conduit with that, just so that they could have more opportunities to stay alive for longer. That's pretty.
You know, it's interesting
idea.
that you mentioned about the Conduit meta, especially early on. Maybe people are starting to pick up on it, but early on my, the NESSIE Cup from this past couple of days, I didn't see quite a few people running Conduit, but it seems like Conduit is becoming a more favorable pick today. We can even see that with House Team on screen now.
Yeah, I think this is the longevity type team comp, I guess. People that want to play to live the longest without getting many kills, because placement matters the most in this game. We want to see who ends up getting first place. Kills don't matter actually in here, so you want to see who places first. Top 10 probably ideal, favorable. That's what most teams are going for. But I really do want to see how the Valk ends up playing in the end zone. If we could see a Valk fly up, maybe there were a couple of Horizons too that I've seen, so I'd like to see how they come into play later on.
I agree with that. As teams, I even saw the Caustic Gas already looking for information to go to end zone. It may seem like everyone is being very strategic and trying to find their footing just to get into zone, but I promise you, everybody who's watching in chat, things are going to be heating up, and everyone's going to be very intense and very overwhelmed at the end as everyone dogpiles towards that final zone. And perhaps even the areas that we think are ideal, it surprises me how much they can find new areas and nooks and little areas just to hide in and creep in and just inch ever so much closer to that zone.
It looks like Team Zapto are looking to predict that zone. I think they got a beacon scan here not too long ago, so they want to predict that zone. They're moving forward. Too many thermites. Not quite sure what the plan is now. I think they're going back. It's too much aggression right now, and they actually don't have Watson gen up, so maybe they'll have to take their time a little bit longer.
And there is that fear of a lot of third parties. We have, We the People's team already trying to set up. Everyone, you notice how already you see the Newcastle already setting up on height and bunkering people down. It's almost like we're looking at an ocean worth of everyone, and everyone's trying to find their little spot in which they're going to live. Otherwise, it's going to be very dangerous at the very end here. We see already a little bit of a fight breaking out with Monsoon going for a kick right to the face with his squad, and Giggle already setting up as a Caustic, very well-known one for that matter.
It looks like they got a 2 versus 1 on the Swatson, but this Watson's pretty fast. Monsoon's gonna hit and connect on top of the Watson. He's gonna have to dodge these Valk missiles, but it doesn't seem like he's gonna be able to catch them.
It's going to be one of those high risks because of every second that they decide to keep fighting here, another team might take their spot. And those spots, every little area is important, from this small height to the car to the rocks on the left. Everyone is trying to find their spacing and footing just to get in. And Newcastle is much more of a pest than I ever thought could have been. I didn't even predict Newcastle being an option here at this end game. What do you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't expecting it either, to be honest. And something I just saw was Giggle used her ultimate on Caustic, but didn't really do that much because you can't shoot while they're slowed. So it's kind of hard to make use of Caustic when everyone's running around like that. But going back to Newcastle and what you were asking, great for reviving. And it's going to be hard to punch him out while he's reviving because of the shield. So it might be a 1000 IQ play right there.
Exactly. Did you see that Newcastle also had a gold revive? And look at them in these little tight areas as well, trying to find some spacing. Watson is definitely creating these nice boxing rings, just like, Fight Night on Olympus. We're seeing nonstop boxing areas being created before everyone sets up. It's actually pretty intimidating now to see a Watson being put at this level in play.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game, and it seems like the end zone is pulling into their favor, even more centered. So it's going to be pulling probably towards Harvester on the west side of it. But
look at this nonstop fight from Monsoon here.
Fight. Yeah, they really, really like fighting, and I wonder how much meds they have left because they've been fighting for quite a long time.
Look at that gen. Look how much work that it's putting in. Probably just because it's got double the size now. It's pretty much boxing and punching everyone out. And Monsoon knows that if they don't get it, that House team might encroach right on top of them and bully them off. They need to find some space very soon, or else they're going to get bullied out.
Legendary Dolls popping an ultimate accelerant too, just to have another gen prepared. So that's going to be great for them. But more teams are flying in as time comes by. More people know where the zone is ending. So do we want to be in the pinch? Do we want to be in the center of this zone? Or do we want to be on the edge? What do you think?
If it was me, I would personally want to be towards the center of the zone. Moving as little as possible and defending your little area is everything. And unfortunately, with Legendary Doll, Casella, and Presley here, having this height is fantastic, but it's not going to pull here. Unless you think so otherwise, girl. If you were to guess, based on what you're seeing so far, where in the world is this going to end? Where is it going to pull?
I think it's going to pull more towards where Snipe Down is, or where he just was, right down there. Yeah, it's not pulling on towards Casellos' team.
What I find really interesting, the boxing areas, look at these little areas that we see on the screen. We have Danger Zone 1, 2, 3, and 4. And whoever's able to guess where it's going to pull, it almost feels like their best bet. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, is just to make sure, hey, leave me alone in my little boxing area.
Yeah, they're all just waiting on the zone to close to see if they predicted right or not. But they do have quite a good spot, I think.
I'm not sure if you can fit 19 teams in this area. What do you think? It's about this zone right now is about to get really dangerous.
I didn't even notice no other team died after Designful and Tifa died earlier on.
I know they're probably watching from the sidelines. At least they're gathering intel and information and how the further zones, or I guess game 6 are going to go with Melee.
Look at the zone pull. Look at the zone pull. It showed it onto the map, and they are currently in. So Control goes. Trance, they're in a great spot.
Look at Sykes looking from a whole vantage point here, no pun intended, just checking out where they should go. But you're right, if you see Timmy's team, looks like they have a really powerful spot. They don't even need to move, to be honest. Everyone else, unfortunately, has to move. And talk about this fight. This fight right now that's about to break out is about to be pretty overwhelming. Looks like Zero is pretty much telling them, hey, we're going to fight here. Let's make sure that Reptar's team cannot move in and that they don't occupy and control any space.
It's interesting to see the Wraith because she can portal in and maybe even pass some people's fences and get her team in a good spot. But they're going to have to not utilize all of their abilities while they're being gate-kept. Otherwise, they're not going to have anything left once the zone closes in. They're definitely going to need that generator later on.
Exactly. Unless they got a whole stockpile of Ultic cells. I mean, every minute of not having a generator up, you risk having that caustic gas. That's pretty scary.
Well, let's take a look. They're all going to take the balloon. Let's see if they even have any spots to land. Oh no, they're just
look
gonna
at
jump
this.
off and they're gonna walk in. That's actually a smart idea because there is space left inside that next zone for them to take right near that truck, right? So they could squeeze it in as long as they don't get pressured too much. So take a look at that. They're actually crafting right in front of the enemy team and they can't do anything about it.
The amount of disrespect, just saying, you know what, we need more resources, we need more batteries, and every single one of these resources is going to be important just for the end game. Let me tell you, at the end, as you're trying to pop every bat and every cell, just as everyone squishes together, it's going to make and break difference here.
It looks like they're utilizing the Lifeline care package to see if they could get some gold revives, but unfortunately, Baby Nikki only got the gold bag, so maybe no gold revive for her and her squad. Oh, and take a look at this. Yeah. Bullet goes down.
He did go down, it looks like, from a bit, and everyone's sliding in. They're trying to decide whether or not just to finish it, and if anybody's going to third party, taking a lot of damage from the flames and the fire here. But the question is he going to be able to find some space without getting bullied out?
Yeah, he's going to have to run away. The great thing that Apex Legends added in one of the recent patches is that Fuse can take 50% less damage from his ultimate. And that's why you can see Fuses now run through. And I don't believe they're slow on that as well. So Fuse is going to be great to kind of counterplay within his ultimate there. Oh, wow.
I agree, and the hard part about Fuse as well is that Fuse's ultimate becomes less potent towards the end zone, especially with Watson just being so prevalent here with so many fences.
Potate has a very hard job here, punching out enemy Watson fences, but also trying to place her own to make this little boxing ring that you were talking about earlier. And it seems like it's just a battle of the fences right now, and this is a tough job to have. I'd be quite nervous if I were in that position.
Exactly. I mean, as it gets closer, those fences and getting them down is just going to be absolutely vital. Or the caustic barrels. I don't even know how they're going to manage to punch them out. Out of all the legends now, who do you think is the most potent coming towards the end zone here?
Honestly, I don't think Caustic's going to be as relevant anymore because of all of these generators that everyone has around. I'm actually quite surprised that there are a couple traps on the ground. That's surprising to me, but I think they got that down way earlier.
Let's talk about the number of teams still remaining. We just went from 19 to 18. This is the first team that has gone out. Everyone right now is going to start to squish, and we're going to see nonstop fighting. It's going to be the ultimate brawl coming into play here, where everyone is punching nonstop, and we're going to see that number dwindle quite dramatically here as everyone starts to try to struggle for some space.
Hey, that's my teammate from yesterday, by the way. Shout out to Jen Burton. I hope his team does well. Him and his team. We ended up, you know, Raynday said it. We ended up winning. He was my hard carry yesterday, so always wishing him the best. Baby Nikki going crazy with the punches. Can she get the stick? Oh no, the Gen 8 that arc star. This is so incredibly tough, and now she's just taking every single fence. She goes from slaying to almost dying in half a second. That is insane.
Holding on for dear life here. Every single second matters. Remember, all those fences and gas, everywhere you look, you don't even know who to focus. I'm pretty sure the comms have to be overwhelming on who they decide to punch, and everyone using their own generators as their home base and saying, hey, back up, reset, play this positioning. This is what we call an all-out war, an all-out battle, as everyone looks from different angles, fearful for their life of when their next fight in fisticuffs are really going to be.
I was saying earlier that Watson has a really tough job, but lifelines also do, because if Baby Nikki ended up going down there, she's the lifeline of her team. It's really important not to go down in situations like that, so she did a great job staying alive for her squad. Now we're taking a look at Raven, Addy, and Asian Boy. They're going to try and make their way out. Yeah, they're rotating late out of Harvester. They probably thought the zone would pull a little bit closer to them.
Rotating late, what are your thoughts about Raven's team? And it looks like even Sinnock's team here, rotating late into these fights. Are they even going to have a chance if they're not in the center? The zone is going to be creeping and doing massive damage. Well, I mean, what do you think about that?
I think if you're going to be a late rotator, I think you're going to need Horizon or Valkyrie. I think they're dead here on the rotate. They're just getting pressured way too hard right now.
Hiding in from dear life as the zone comes in, but this might be able to give him some focus just to say, hey, punch this individual, because as they move in, look at all these teams. Everyone is fighting and might help them single out through the chaos on who to focus, really.
Oh my goodness. Everyone is together. Whoever's Watson fences.
Look at the brilliance from Baby Nikki here. I love the fact that they're using the Lifeline care package just for a little bit of hope and high ground here, just to keep people from climbing up and punching them out as much as possible. I didn't even think of that strat of holding a little position on height, because that actually helps avoid the cost of gas. Did you think that like Lifeline would be this impactful?
No, absolutely not. That was big brain plays from her and her squad, and the other Lifelines nearby as well. There's so many care packages. And the balloons are great too for escaping all of the mess on the ground. Let's take a look at TSM Imperial Hal. He's a Watson. Should he be avoiding the ground right now? Seems like he's going to be trying to, and everybody is going in, and no nades are doing any damage. They're all getting eaten up by all of the Watson gens.
Look at that. No, Fuse is ineffective. Caustic is ineffective. The only power that is really showcased is just Watson and punching people. Girl, what is happening? Everyone is dying.
He's in such a good position. He's taking some zone damage. Oh my goodness, he's 1 HP. He's gonna go down. No, he ends up going down. Who is it? Casellos. It was Casellos.
And Presley's team.
Was that the Newcastle that was still alive at the end?
I think so. Out of all the comps, did Newcastle manage to clutch? Look at the amount of death boxes there. I've never seen so many death boxes in my whole entire life. It was. My gosh.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations to Casellos' team.
Let's take a look at this replay here. Speaking of which, well, you predicted early on one of the early chases that was occurring. And your prediction unfortunately went out early, but at the same time, when we started talking about the Newcastle team and seeing them at play, what are your thoughts on that? The fact that they kind of came full circle with a story here, an underdog story from Newcastle.
Yeah, honestly, I'm very impressed. They were holding that high rock for such a long time, and they still managed to make it in the zone and pull out a dub from that. That is incredible. That is amazing. I'd love to hear from them later on what their thought process was this entire game, because they managed to win it all.
I wonder how much the Valkyrie made a big play there as they were flying towards the end. Look at us all trying to manage this chaos. Did such a wonderful job just managing it, because it's just completely overwhelming, and just flying up and just trying to survive as much as possible.
They did a great job. I almost thought Hal was going to win it there, but might have gotten like third place, second place, something like that. But and Legendary Doll. She hosts her own tournaments, by the way. Big shout out to her. She's amazing. They're all three amazing. They did a great job.
Oh, what a moment that was. It's hard to put into words. It feels very kinesthetic. I feel like I need to dance that one out, because basically only bodies were doing talking there. There was no weapons whatsoever. But what a fun end game. I thought, you know, I had my reservations. You know, I was like, how's this going to play? But it was really one of the most fun moments I've ever seen in some type of competition in Apex. So, Dazs, you got my vote. You got my vote. That's not the last one that we're going to be able to see either. So we have a chance for players to make some strategy shifts as we continue on in this tournament. But as you said, Casellos, Presley, Legendary Doll Girl, they take the cake in game number one. That's a great start for them.
Very good start for them. And now that I think about it, Newcastle's ultimate doesn't cancel. So he actually gets to push out everyone from where he ends up placing that ult. So I think that was the big brain strat that they ended up managing to pull off. That was wonderfully done.
It was a game of counters and counters and counters as well. And some of the highlights that we looked at and said maybe Fuse, maybe, you know, Maggie could play. It really came down to the fact that Watson nullified everything, Dazs, and there were only maybe one and two legends that could do anything in that type of situation. One legend that I was surprised we didn't see that actually would have had an impact there was crypto. Maybe we might see some adjustments there because that big zone is going to be a beefy EMP and set your team up. But we'll find out because guess what? After the break, we go into some gunplay in one of our favorite modes, 3 strikes. So don't go anywhere. We've got more NESSIE Cup coming. Raynday, GuhRL, and Dazs, your host for the inaugural tournament that has set the Apex community ablaze here with prizing and fun times. We just saw about 20 teams punch each other for about 20 minutes. Now it's time to switch it up. And I think that that is an appropriate thing. You got to give a little breathe, a little room, a little give, and then a little go. And now we're going into one of the more competitive modes. Not only will they get to play once, they'll get to come back and play again, and then one more time in 3 Strikes GuhRL, which is kind of touted as one of the favorite LTMs that Apex has ever released.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my favorite LTMs. I was so excited to have it back into Apex to be able to play it. I even played like with my community. Fun. Now we get to watch people shoot again. Isn't that exciting?
for the first time, I've never gone, an hour in a tournament, a game down, and no one shot a weapon yet. But there's a first for everything. Dazs, we got some good teams that have been randomly selected too here. And remember, those watching, teams will be changed every single game. So nobody, Dazs, is going to get the same dominant team over and over again. They're going to have to keep working together with different players.
Yes, and so with new teams means we have new predictions, and having those teams also makes it a whole lot of fun. So then nobody actually gets super sweaty, and while everyone is trying their best to win, my prediction actually goes with Team We the People, and I'm going to give you the reason why is because I believe that they can frag out and really come back in. They have 4B and they have Hal in that group, and let me tell you, 3 Strikes is about getting involved and really fighting. It's not about sitting on the sidelines. It's really about just nonstop mayhem. I have to ask you, I mean, now that I've got my prediction out there, selecting like a top fragging team, I think you guys have some different predictions, right?
Well, I'm with you, but GuhRL, I think We the People's there. GuhRL, I think you've gone a different direction. Who do you have going into game 2 in 3 Strikes?
So for me, I got to go with my boy Jem Burton. I think his team is going to win. Casellos is on his team as well, and he's on a high. He just ended up winning a game. And Control Ghost is on that team as well, and he recently just got like a $2,500 donation from TSM. So honestly, I think they're all very, very, very happy, and I think they've got what it takes.
So what you're saying is you're going to Newton's law. An object in motion stays in motion.
They're
already winning, so they're gonna keep winning. Okay, Dazs, absolutely. I know we gone with We the People, but that's a pretty good argument, I will say.
Yeah, are you picking the same team? Is that your prediction as well? If you're choosing,
yeah,
who do you got on the team?
We the
You're
People.
With me on it? Okay.
Come on. I think that's a tough squad. Listen, I think 3 Strikes this is where we get competitive, right? And we really do see This is like one of the most challenging modes that, I think as a casual, if you get into those higher level lobbies, pros are in constantly, high level masters players are in constantly, because it's just so much fighting and it's so much fun. It's great practice. But with that comes, a fight against Hal, a fight against Hal, and a fight against Hal. How many fights against Hal can you win, girl?
Honestly, I mean, I outfragged him in yesterday's tournament.
Okay,
so
all right.
I think Jem Burton's going to take the cake on this.
Clip it and send it to Hal. We need the response. Okay, we need the response here.
Oh no!
At the NESSIE Cup.
I take it back. I'm sorry.
We're all just having fun here, guys. It's about celebrating the community. That's what we're about. As we're getting ready to go into game 2. We're having fun with everyone. For me, Casellos, Presley actually qualified for my event as well. He did fantastically there. But seeing, Casellos and this squad that you'd mentioned kind of going with Jen Burton on that high, girl, I do seem to think that there could be something there. I don't know, but I do agree with you that
absolutely.
there could be something there. But there's 100K up for grabs. So, Dazs, at the end of the day, as we're getting ready to get into game, even if you don't win, everyone's getting money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so there's a whole lot of fun to be had. I mean, you're going to see probably some upsets. If I were to have some predictions, I mean, like you said, Hal's going to hop in, Hal's going to hop in, Hal's going to hop in. None of this, let's just be tentative and passive here. Maybe we'll see some revenging going on. Maybe like, hey, don't mess with my squad. I'm going to claim some dominance and keep fighting. Do you think we're going to see that? See a lot of stuff? I mean, think about normal 3 strikes. It could be really mayhem filled.
I think the issue, girl, I actually just want to get your thoughts on this. How do you think they are going to play 3 strikes? Because, someone who has no ego whatsoever, obviously you, psych, is somebody, if somebody beats you in 1v1, 3 strikes makes you want to jump down and fight them again. But is that the right strategy, or should you play the long game, the slow game? What do you think is going to happen, girl?
So I think 1 life is okay to waste because you want to get your Evo shields up. You want to hit those Evo harvesters. You want to fight. You want to make sure you're kitted. But you don't necessarily want a 50-50 off drop because I think getting resources is pretty hard in this mode. And being able to stack up the shield batteries, stack up the shield cells is really important early on. And then getting that fight in and then getting to end zone. So you definitely have to be patient. You have to be humble when you're playing. Just because Al killed you or whoever killed you, it doesn't really matter. You want to play for the win. You want to play for the long game. And I'm certain that most players will have it within them to be patient and to not spend all 3 lives on the same team. But you never know.
We're getting close in the game. Dazs, any final thoughts?
I'm just excited to see the mayhem, and hopefully people don't run out of ammo. Let me tell you, when playing 3 strikes personally, ammo is a real problem. So I'm going to back Girl up on that comment that resources are very important. So as they go in game, I hope players really value those resources, or we're going to see people at the end with just no ammo.
Well, very soon we're going to be jumping into it and be giving you a break, Dazs. But one of the most interesting aspects of that comment is that if you're worried about them not having ammo, they didn't have ammo for the last 20 minutes. I think everyone is prepped. I think they know what to do. If they don't have a weapon, they'll be okay. But great thoughts on that as well. It's about patience. It's about the long game. Who is going to come out on top? Chat, we want to know. Anybody who is watching in our chat, whether it's our official Play Apex chat, big shout out to everyone who is there. Tell us who you think might win. What's the winning combination of players or legends in your mind? Because remember, we have no lifeline there. And just getting some word that we actually are going to have to restart this lobby. So we'll have a little bit more time to expand on this thought process. So let's switch gears.
Okay.
Let's talk legends, because we have our predictions for players, but we can't play lifeline. Who else is standing a cut above in your eyes? And I'll start with Girl, and then Dazs, I want you to comment on that and give me your thought as well. Is the combination that you would pick if you were going into this? Who would be your selection?
Well, I think 100% Newcastle is going to be played because Lifeline is banned right now. No one can play Lifeline. So I think Newcastle's probably the second best legend for that reset character, 2-second revives. Definitely are going to come into play. I'm going to let Daz, what do you think is going to be like the more aggressive comp?
You know, for more aggressive comp, since we know there's no lifeline, correct? And then going into potentially seeing a lot more Newcastle. Maybe Newcastle make a presence, or Mirage, perhaps. Mirage is definitely helping with the revive and it's gotten a lot of love, especially with the perks. Maybe Mirage might be slept on. Could you imagine end zones and trying to figure things out with non-stop teams fighting, having a Mirage at play?
Well, let me ask you that again. What do you think? Because the perks obviously came in when we started the NESSIE Cup. I don't think Season 20 had just released. It might have. We might have done the first one without the perks. What we do know is we did the first half of our pro season without it. And then obviously now it's a new game. And even with the mid-season update, you know, things have constantly changed with these legends. Does Mirage really have a place in this type of lobby, Dazs? Are you believing in that? And if so, why do you think that, besides obviously the invisible revive? That would be very good on a quick cooldown.
Well, besides Newcastle's fast res, if they don't pick Mirage, which would shock me, it really would come down to the fact of just being able to quickly revive but being invisible. That would be really it. Just the invisibility of fast reset.
Yeah. I mean, girl, are you agreeing with it? I mean, do you prioritize it as all? I mean, with no lifeline, it is that Newcastle lifeline that... Now Newcastle needs a new partner. Will it be the Newcastle Mirage? We will find out. But guess what, Dazs? You have a well-earned break. Don't punch anybody.
Please have a great game
on your break, however. But we'll be right back now with Dazs later joining us after this game. Girl and I, we're going to take over as we jump out of the dropship into a new map and a new challenge. 3 strikes in Storm Point for our second of 6 games here in the NESSIE Cup, girl.
All right, Storm Point it is. We do have another contest, Designful in a contest again. So is Tifa. But they are actually on opposite teams now. So they're once on the same team in a contest, and now they're on opposite teams in a contest. Let's see who takes the cake. We see in Newcastle, like I said, almost one clip from Lamek. He's going absolutely insane. And they should be able to push off that because that is some good amount of damage, Raynday.
Yeah, and I love the fact that the ballistic is being used. Kind of curious when you consider it. But there's a lot of damage to be made if you want to get aggressive, if you want to have infinite ammo as well. You want to bunker up with Newcastle, but who needs infinite ammo when you hit so many bullets in a row? Already getting to the level 2 perk, and obviously those level 2 shields. So this team looking very good here. Reptar, Tifa, Jessie, and Lamek.
Let's go, Tifa. That's my girl. Good stuff with the Spitfire, too. Great job from the whole team. That was really well coordinated, but it all started with that Lamek spray with the Havoc. Raynday, what do you think about weaponry? What are your favorite weapons to play these days? I've seen you play in Apex a lot this week, and I'm wondering what your take is on that.
Well, that's a great question. I think it's funny seeing Tifa start that combo because she is playing ballistic. I've been running a lot of ballistic. I don't know. Chat, let us know who you've been playing this season that's been different. I love Daz's thought process on gaming because he likes to do things that are a little avant-garde at times. He's been pushing Vantage. I've been pushing ballistic, and ballistic got a buff, which was cool. But because of ballistic, I had a chance to see, okay, what's the sling weapon that you really want? It makes you ask the question, what is the most powerful weapon if it's fully upgraded? And you guarantee that upgrade. And so the alternator, the RE45, and the Havoc have been really my go-to weapons this season. But another one that snuck up, girl, has been the Sentinel. I just think ever since, I like to snipe, but not, a longbow I don't think gives you enough pop. It takes too long, you're too stationary. But one shot with a charged Sentinel is so game-changing, especially in these early engagements when people are on just blue Evos and 150 health. That's half health in one shot, and that's an easy push. So I've loved those. But what about you?
It's funny that you mentioned the Sentinel because actually at the creator event, I confessed a little bit to NESSIE. Her and I were having a little chat, and I actually used to hate the Sentinel. I thought it was the worst weapon. Yeah, I thought it was the worst weapon in the game. Like, who wants to play a sniper that shoots once every 20 minutes, because I'm a little bit impatient, right? But now it is my favorite sniper. So
wow.
So it's a big difference from the beginning of my Apex times to now. But yeah, I really like the Sentinel. I really like the L-Star too, like the weapon drops using. I like energy, but I really like the Havoc as well. Havoc, Nemesis, L-Star. Energy's been great,
Volt.
but the flatline as well. Oh, Volt! I can't believe I forgot the Volt. Volt's my favorite SMG right now.
Yeah, I know. And can you believe it? I mean, I got to shout it out. I got an R99 skin in this season, and it's the R99 has been the most unusable weapon this one season. I got a skin in it. I thought you were gonna say it was your favorite. I thought you were gonna say it's your favorite this season. I was like, oh no. No, but you got a Bloodhound skin, I believe, as well, and that's pretty exciting because, of course, Bloodhound's been pretty mainstay in this season as well. Big shout out to Ian Respawn, but right now, Control Ghost on the Havoc trying to get back and forth, but it's just back. Gets down early. Can Casellos do something up on top? You know it. That can be done. And Jin Burton, your squad here, is trying to push, but it's easier said than done.
Oh, yeah, and they're getting shot from the outskirts as well, so I don't think they're going to be able to push at all, but that was a really great reset from Casellos. I feel like Casellos knows what he's doing with that Newcastle.
It makes me think, is Newcastle the next push, you know, the next new thing? Because people sleep on Newcastle. He is very slept on.
Oh, and he's about to go to sleep right now, Raynday.
Maybe that's why. Hey, maybe that's why.
And they're gonna get pushed, and that's not gonna look good. I really can't be making predictions after this because my squad ended up dying first last game, and they're about to die second this game. I don't know, Raynday. I don't know how I feel about that.
You're voting with your heart, you know. You're voting with your heart. You know, you're coming off of that momentum as well. We talked about, so you know, you got to be, you know, going with, you know, Jin Burton at times. But we'll see. We'll see if that ends up working out here. Spicy Potato up on top. Designful went for the Newcastle also. Misses most of the bullets in the Volt, but because it's just got such good damage, he's going to be able to find the final part of that magazine and get a kill. But it will be, unfortunately, a second strike for him. But that's the thing about this. They will be coming back. There's no permanent deaths yet. Everyone has 3 strikes. And hopefully you can get it better on the other time. But Casellos, Control Ghost, and Jin Burton, they're getting pushed as well as they try to rotate on this ridge. And you can see Rep, Sykes, and Grandma Forfeit in a pretty decent position. The one's pushing. And so putting Casellos in a terrible spot. He's already down. Girl, this could be the second time, maybe even the third. And they're fighting against a team who has not gone down once. That would be the first opportunity to do so. But no, that is it. Jin Burton and them, they will fall. But they'll have one more chance, I believe, to come back and play.
Oh my goodness. Thanks for reminding us that it was 3 strikes. I was like, how Designful respawn? And that makes a lot of sense. But hey, it's great. It's great to be able to fight off drop, to be able to fight again, and to be able to still stay in it and try and win it. And let's take a look at Zero. One of the best IGLs in NA right now as Dark Zero takes the lead in Pro League. See what they can do inside this game. They're doing spiders, getting all of their attachments ready. And you know what I'm thinking of right now? In 3 strikes, since you're fighting a lot, you probably don't want too much like long range or poke or snipers.
Right.
Your main thing is you're going to be fighting a lot, so having an SMG on hand is good, but there are a lot of repeaters being played right now. Baby Nikki using one of them, Zero using one of them, so it seems like that's one of the go-to picks for Storm Point because there is still a bit of long range on this map. Most people do play snipers, but it looks like Presley's team's just gonna be rathing in here and waiting to get a kill. Oh, maybe it's because the Evo Harvester's right beside there, so they expect a team to come. What do you think?
A team will be, but I don't know if they'll come in that building. That's the question, and it's, you know, who else would it be? The coach of TSM, just won regional NA finals, Raven, alongside with Asia Boy and Presley, our winner of last game, trying to cook up a little something. Raven showing his skills. Doesn't often get to see the Goach, as he called himself on Twitter today, play, but I'd love to hear what he is cooking up with his squad.
They just finished their looting. We wait for him to slide down again.
Slide down now. 2. Moving over to the right, Newcastle. 2. I'm looking.
Run foot. Back to the back.
Knock.
I'm naming the fucking Newcastle wall.
Yeah, I'm
Over
flying
here.
above them.
Flash.
No angle.
Newcastle's dead.
Right here.
Back. Last one in the back. Grab. Flash dead. Nice. Got their ass.
Yes.
Later.
Give me the loot.
Give me the loot.
Give me the loot.
Well, that's why TSM wins so much, obviously. They've got someone like that cooking up maniacal strategies like sneaking with a Mirage behind a team near an Evo cache. Fun stuff to see Raven and Squad get it. And Presley off to another good start after winning game 1.
Yeah, it was wonderfully played by Asian Boy there too. Great spray. They don't even have to communicate really when they're shooting so well. And that was such a clean team fight, clean wipe that there was really no worries for them. And they got to giggle it off. You got to have fun while playing Apex too.
You do. You do. One of the players that he coaches for Holst here on the Valkyrie. And Kareem Cheese. Just a goat in real life as well. Great guy, great content creator, whether it's across Twitch or TikTok doing his thing in anime and Apex specifically. They're going to be sitting quite closely here. And now Sykes on the horizon. A very different composition. Reps has gone a very different way with the Bangalore, Caustic, and Horizon opting away from the Newcastle, away from the Valkyrie. But in terms of mobility and team-wide mobility for that Caustic, it's going to be helpful to have that gravity lift that can move all 3 of them at once.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, Verhalt's getting beamed. It's okay because he's got these Newcastle walls to play behind. But Kareem's also getting beamed. Is he going to get the battery off? He is. Medkit, does he have enough time for that as well? It seems like he does. He has 2 teams around him, so that's going to actually spare them some time just because those 2 teams are near each other. No one's going to want to full command onto this fight. Okay, Kareem ends up going down.
Yeah, they were pushing that. Zero saw blood in the water. Did he realize he was going up against Verholst, though? He's hit so many shots, tries to get the res, maybe misclicks there. He was going for a little bit of damage, but Renaissance. Oh, could there be a little something here from Renaissance? Just a few shots to the head, and it could be it, but they're hiding amongst the shields. The Watson perimeter security comes out, but Conduit will find her way through shields. She says, if I can't get through shields, then I'm not good at my job. I'm Conduit, for crying out loud. I give shields for a living, and grabs that one after a nice 3v3 fight.
Great clutch by Melanie there. Shout out to her for clutching that one for her squad. And it was a really good try from Ren as well. Another fight. Here we go. Team Presley. On for another one. Raven and Asian Boy. We saw them frying earlier. Still 20 squads remaining though, which is pretty amazing to see. We're going to be playing this one out slow. They're playing the Mirage and the Newcastle. Combined with the Pathfinder. Are they going to be able to get a good amount of damage onto the squad? Himi is actually down to 50 HP, but it looks like they're getting third-partied from behind Raynday.
Oh no, Vaxlon, Amy, Juju, and Doryus, they're going to just spoil all of the great positioning, and what a reaction. Presley, Raven, Asian Boy, they are out of there like a light. That is so quick of a rotation, and it's a perfect one too, because they could grab height up here, or they just keep on going. Looks like Pathfinder has that zip line to take a little bit less damage as they're going down it, and easy. That was a very, very smart heads-up play there from Raven and Squad. So they stay alive, and girl, no squad has actually died yet fully and used all of their 3 strikes. This team, we saw them win one fight. Can they win another?
Oh
Yes.
my goodness. Those were the perfect peacekeeper shots from Adivant. Big shout out to him. Great play. Oh, but they're getting third-partied from a Horizon team. Grandma forfeit. She's going to do her best with this car SMG, spraying through all of that gas with both of her guns. She's cooking. She's cooking. She's even going to use the Caustic Ultimate. It's not going to hit, though. This Newcastle wall is just too strong. But they do manage to kill Melanie and her squad. So great job from TSM reps, Grandma, and Sykes. Just a fun fact from Grandma Forfeit, I think she also bakes too. So not only is she great at Apex Legends, but I think she has a little bakery going on the side as well.
Wow.
So that's awesome. Awesome to see her doing well in this tournament.
Everyone watching, that's just unfair that your girl mentioned that. I know you guys are probably all going to order some treats right now, but I can't. I'm casting, so I'm we'll talk about a timing for that one next time. But Reps, you know what? Look at this. Reps doing his thing. He just walks backward and keeps the aim straight, and people walk into the bullets at this point. But he's also got one of the best real fraggers in the world in Sykes. Just a dominant player when it comes to hitting shots. And even from afar here with the Hemlock or the Volt up close, this is a squad that's got to be on your radar for maybe winning this. They've won 2-3 fights, I think, on stream so far. If they keep this up and keep those strikes at a minimum, they could be in contest for winning this.
Yeah, they're doing great. And I don't know if you caught it, but it was actually Zero and Melanie that came back for a little bit of revenge fight, and they ended up losing it. So they're not going to feel great about that. TSM MK, Jordan, he's ended up going down. Let's see if his squad can clutch it.
That's a good stuff there. But you know what? Sykes is the last one standing. He's going to get reps up really quickly, and they're just going to back off. They've lost Grandma Forfeit, and I don't know if they're going to try to get that quickly. The shield battery is the high priority at this moment. They'll get a little bit of height on this rock. Dipping down, they see that's the team that was kind of peppering, getting involved in that fight from afar, and so not feeling too confident on the slide. But look at Stay Naughty. He's just a bullet away from going down. He's in the crevice. That'll do, at least for one. And that Newcastle mobile shield, oh, it's certainly moving a little bit faster than usual, and they force the castle wall out from the players. So as you can see, reps and squads still not fully taken a strike, and we already have 2 teams fully out of this lobby.
And we have to think about later on, there's going to be no respawns later as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
if they want to use the respawns, they're going to have to do it soon. But they have a lot of momentum. They've been playing extremely well. One team we didn't take a look at is Timmy. Seems like they've got good edge position as well. And a lot of fighting going on in those buildings up top.
Yep. Really good vantage point there, especially for teams who are trying to rotate a little bit late. One of the teams I had picked, and so did Dazs, is We the People and Imperial Howl. We saw them a little bit up close on height on that building. That'll be an Nyamoka going down to Jin Burton. Excuse me, Jin Burton, yeah, will bleed out. Nyamoka on the screen, and that's door used as well, taking one down. We the People, Orby, and Imperial Howl still up on top. Verholsten squad with Kareem and Renison have found their way underneath the big house. As we take a little overview to show you where things sit. We're still able to use Strikes Girl, but as you mentioned, that won't happen for a certain point in the game. So you kind of got to go in now or play like it's your last life.
Yeah, I feel like the play here is one of the low ground areas because anyone respawning is probably going to land on height. And I feel like it's easier to kill a team that falls on you on the low ground like that, like what Sykes just did, then onto the high ground, because I think there's going to be a cluster of people up top. So I feel like TSM Reps is doing great, and let's listen in to see what they've got to say, or maybe not.
Item 1. I'm gonna help. You want to smoke here and swing right on this team?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, let's do it right now. Over here. Flash, one on! I'm about to ult him. I'm ulting him. I put a nade there. I'm nade spamming it. Careful of your height,
Top right, I'm backing up. I'm calling back.
We have no more lives. We can't die anymore.
Yeah, no, we have 3. We have 3 still.
No, we don't.
They're not disabled yet. Oh, is it disabled for you?
I think so.
Top right. Does it say respawn's disabled?
Not for me.
Okay, we're good though. We're good. It's gonna turn them off after this game though. Yeah.
What do we have? I have 80.
I have 100. We just gotta shoot this team up here and get them killed, okay?
Yeah,
Bro, if we kill this team, we just win the game.
Yeah, you're right. Smart focus on.
Kill this guy! Oh my god, bro.
I'm almost at an 8.
And you could see the stakes are high, but if they kill this team, it's a win. You felt Reps all along was able to find it, and looks like they feel the confidence too, but still on high. I don't want to forget about this squad. They have ultimate height. It's Hal. It's We the People. This is the team that I said in my prediction, as well as Daz, looked like they could be contenders. And right now from high ground, it is going to be very hard to contest them, and it's going to be easy for Hal on the conduit with the Newcastle and Caustic to hold this down.
Wow, and they're playing Conduit as well. That's a surprise to me, coming in from the CEO himself. But hey, they're doing great. They're doing a great job keeping that high ground. Great shots from We the People there with the Hemlock. Also one of the strongest weapons, I feel, like in the game right now as well. But they are on top of 3 or 4 teams. So they're gonna have to work their way down as the zone closes. We'll see how this one turns out for them.
Well, they've got a good position here. That second level is also being occupied, and that's by drop. Al doesn't like it. There's even a third level underneath that. And so what they're going to do is continually try to just apply pressure, make it difficult to live, because they don't want to face someone who's going to climb up. One of the only ways at this point, too, to get up quickly is that gravity lift that we've seen on a couple of teams, especially this one from Sykes. But they just want the low ground, and they feel confident in it. Girl, what's the spot you want to play here? Is, again, 3 strikes. Doesn't look like respawn's disabled, but it should be close. You cannot risk dying here.
Oh, no. I thought TSM Reps and his squad had the best spot here. But they did end up getting jumped on by a team. They had so many traps down that they did okay. They're getting great armor swaps. Grandma and Jordan got an armor swap, and they're doing their best to stay alive. But how are they going to get past Giggle and Zach and Senox here? Because they got a Newcastle wall just waiting to beam them.
It may be a digi threat on the PK. It's possible, but you look at those shots. It hits 54-88. Trying to get one more. It is going to be up to Sykes. He's going to abandon this, and that just means may just be abandoning the game, but he gets 1 kill there. Looks to maybe get a second, and that should be it. They're out after not dying at all. They die this time, and still on height is Imperial Howl, and We the People and Orby. They're going to drop down with shields, caustic gas, and a Newcastle wall if possible, but they're just like shooting fish in a barrel right now, girl. Everyone below them, and they've got eyes on the prize.
I'm going to need to know your prediction on next game, okay, Raynday? Because you predicted a great prediction. We're in the top 5. All teams are all full squads, and they are going to have to jump down here soon. Snipe down, jumping down right below them. So is Verhul. So we've got a bunch of people fighting down on the low, and it's down to the top 2, Raynday.
All right, Snipe down goes down. Anmu trying to get the res up. Newcastle is going to be so big here. Who can res and who can stay alive? Oh my God, who can stay alive? Who cannot even get hurt? 3 red Evos, 3 players alive, and 1 shot from We the People makes me the smartest man in Apex Legends and gives Al, We the People, and Orby a great victory in our second game of the Apex NESSIE Cup Finals.
Oh my goodness, I'm casting with the...
I'm happy to be here, happy to be here.
And you were saying I wasn't humble earlier. Imagine hearing that from this man.
Well, you know, you got to throw the jokes out. The truth is, Dazs was right there with me, so we got to bring Dazs in on this as well. But the highlights of this game were amazing, and I think it could have, had you looked at it, girl, kind of gone either way, especially with the way these teams were fighting. There were so many competitive teams. We followed a lot along with reps for most of this journey, too.
Oh yeah, him and his squad did amazing. But in the end, they just got pinched between 2 squads. They fought, but getting inside was really hard for them. But like you said, the 3 red Evos on the top with Hal's team, they just came in 3v1, and it looked easy for them, honestly. They just had the height, and everybody was fighting on their feet.
Yeah, it was just a great position for them to be in, and you can look at it here. Hal, Orby, and of course, We the People going to 2 of the NESSIE Cup, and it was really just about positioning. You're absolutely right. But they also had a different composition than we saw. A lot of these teams decided to try to rotate and have that ability to have either movement in the horizon or maybe a little bit of cover in the Bangalore, but they went for the Newcastle, the Caustic, and the Conduit. They sat on where the game ended, Daz, and our prediction did come true. I don't know if we should, keep broadcasting or become fortune tellers, but either way, it's looking good for us.
I mean, look, from that gameplay, we knew that this team was going to be really strong, and they played their positioning very, very smart. And overall, I was really, really impressed. What amazing gameplay across the board watching, and also the patience that they had, ensuring that they didn't fight too much. And also, when I listened in, when we were listening to the comms, also making sure that they knew whenever they could fight, because when revives were disabled.
Girl, just before we take a bit of a pause, thoughts on 3 strikes, your first thoughts on that being one of the game modes. We will see that again a little bit later on.
Loved watching 3 strikes, a lot of action, a lot of dropping on teams that ended up killing you. I wonder maybe later on people will be more preservative and patient, but this game everyone was putting all of their marbles in one basket, it looked like, and you could see some teams just dying out a little earlier than others.
All right, well, we have got our winners in game number 2. That means we're going to have game number 3 coming up, and things, guess what, will change again in the NESSIE Cup, so don't go anywhere. The $100,000 NESSIE Cup Finals is here. Chat, let us know whether you're watching on Dazs, Girls channels, my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Raynday, or our Play Apex channel, our main channel. Let us know, even if it's with some emojis, how you feeling about things going on. And girl, Dazs, as we head into it, it's been a great first couple of games, but girl, we're heading into an even more interesting challenge for these pros, which is we're taking them out of their trios into duos, and we're putting a big restriction, and I mean it in both ways. They can only play Gibby and Caustic, girl.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. There's and legends, so there might be some ratting going on in this one. But yeah, Gibby Caustic only is gonna be really fun. We're gonna see a lot of shotgun fights too because of Gibby, right? I think it'll be a really interesting one for sure.
All right. Now, we got the teams here. Dazs, I know we talked predictions last time, so how could I not go right back to Girl? Because she really missed the mark on it. You know, you and me, we don't even need to give our predictions now. But just all jokes aside, Dazs, who do you got heading into this one? Because some great duos, of course, that we're going to be talking about.
You know, a really great question. And I think I'm going to go with a little bit of a different comp here. I saw Lamek and Monsoon together. And the reason why is that Lamek is a fantastic Watson and great at playing control legends. And Monsoon is really, really smart with his positioning when it comes to playing at a pro level. I really think that them tag teaming together with a Caustic and, you know, a Gibraltar are going to be really unique. And I'm kind of curious to see how they perform. So I'm putting my bets on them. What about you?
Well, you know, for me, I've got Team Trev Stacks, and that's because he's one of the representatives from my NESSIE Cup. And I was so impressed with how he played the original duos. They had the greatest positioning. Now, granted, he played Rampart in that moment. So I'm going to be seeing his flexibility to be going on the Gibby and Caustic, but I've already seen him play well in duos once in my NESSIE Cup. I got to give him credit here in the finals. But girl, this is your time. it's redemption time. I know you got it.
You got
I
this.
know you got
All
it.
right.
That was all just warm-up picks.
I'm sorry for whoever I predict, but I'm gonna give it to Baby Nikki and TSM Reps for
Oh,
this
nice.
one.
That's a good
Baby
one.
Nikki is one of my favorite Gibbies, and TSM Reps also is one of my favorite Gibbies. So I don't know who's gonna play Gibby on that team, but I feel like they're gonna be a really good pairing to watch.
Yeah, and honestly, I think going back to that girl, Baby Nikki was also in the tournament you were playing in yesterday, so pretty warmed up, pretty ready to compete.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously was competing with her boyfriend Sweet at that time, but now, you know, the opportunities are aplenty for players to show up and take the stage, especially in duos. You have one player less. It's really more about you and your individual performance. And we've got one of the strongest legends in all of Apex Legends in Caustic, and we've got one of the legends who used to be in that position but has been a little bit forgotten in Gibraltar. What will those two do together? We are about to find out. And as we get close to heading into game and sending Girl on a nice little break, Dazs, it's going to be you and me who get ready to go and jump into this and talk Gibby Caustic duos. So I'm excited. I think the game is ready. Let's get into it.
All right, as we Gibraltar together. Gibraltar used to be so prevalent in earlier seasons, and now seeing him come back, one of the big questions is what perks are they going to use? Are we going to see a lot of bubble dancing, especially with those shotgun reloads from the perk system?
Now, that's a great question. I want you to walk me through, well, you know, some characters, they got elevated. Some characters, they got demoted, I would say, in terms of relevance because they were already good, but their perks were kind of a slight nerf. They took away some things at base level. The perks gave them back in some ways. Catalyst, Bangalore here and there, where they got a Conduit even, where they didn't really excel. Gibby, when I first saw Gibby's, I thought, you know what? Not bad. This actually makes Gibby better, in my opinion. What were your thoughts on Gibby? We know it obviously worked for Caustic, but specifically, it's been a struggle for Gibby to get back into high-level play.
100%. I mean, bubble dancing is probably a big part of it. It's very strong on mouse and keyboard players, right? Specifically with that one shot being precise and moving in and out. And then really when it comes to Gibraltar, it seems like a lot of other legends might do it better. And we're already seeing a little bit of early action here, surprisingly. Zach is already coming in hot, already doing a little bit of that bubble dancing we talked about. Smacking up already this team paired up with Mario, and they clutch it up very easily. And Timmy and Grandma Forfeit already out. That's a pretty big shocker for most individuals who big fans of Timmy, right?
Oh my gosh. I mean, that is an early out for them. And as you take a look at the map where they're going to be going, hopefully it's not going to be that way for other teams who have to rotate through Zach and squads or around them. One team doesn't really have to move at all as it pulls at least up towards Epi Survey Camp, and above Overlook is Sykes and Naya Mocha, who are sitting pretty there. No team behind them, landing at the top of the map and basically just trying to hold. But what are your thoughts here on this northern pull? A lot of teams are going to have to move here.
Well, after Zach might as have already cleared out that team, they're sitting pretty comfortable. And a lot of the teams on the south side, especially if we look towards the left, we see a lot of teams clustered up, and we're already going into our next fight from our earlier prior champion, 4B, already clutching out with his partner here. And I guess technically they are clearing their backs, which is a positive. But it also begs the question, when you're running Gibraltar and Caustic, you really want to be in the zone already.
Yeah, and that's the interesting element. Normally you have somebody who's going to rotate these characters, make it a little bit easier, but I guess because everyone has the same issue, you're not going to be, I guess, taken advantage of in the same way, where if you do have mobile characters who can really punish you with Gibby and Caustic. But as we kind of travel over into the backside of Epicenter on the bridge, you see Jen Burton, and it's about spoons in our Nessie Cup with a flat line and a hemlock.
And they're being pretty smart with their positioning because they do have zone information. And a lot of Caustics are probably going to be playing more of the entry fraggers when you think about it, because Caustic does counter Caustic and running into and with the gas specifically, right?
Yeah. That's a great point.
We might see a lot of individuals as they start to get used to us and say, hey, send in the Caustic first, and then having Gibraltar here with the backup. We are seeing some grenades already being flung. And also one of the major concerns I have, as pros know, when that Gibraltar bubble goes out and that defense is gone, that
Yeah.
always screams, we got to push.
Yeah, and it screams that we're vulnerable. And so that team is really battling to see who is going to force the other team to bubble. That's really what you want to do, ideally. Dwells, though, aggressive, and does it hurt him? Caustic drops down as well. I love the way that they're playing as a duo. You can't really get caught out pushing too far alone, because it can be just like that you go down. And look who they're pushing as well. Verholst and Confusing Cutie. Those are not going to be players who miss a lot of shots.
I think this team is very aware that they have to get the southern border out before they push in, because they know a lot of individual players are going to play towards the center. And there goes that bubble. Now they have it. They can isolate somebody out here, getting a massive PK shot. And can they manage to clutch this out quickly before another team shows up on them?
That's a good Caustic ultimate as well. They're going to have to go through it in some regard to get there. And that's that fresh start. It's one of the perks I thought was interesting for Gibby, and now they'll have it. It's a big deal in this fight because they get the free 25 HP that would slowly heal for the level 2, but you get 50 HP back when you're able to revive your teammate. So a lot of that now when you hit your blues going to start meaning that you've got to watch those revives. And you've also, another reason why, as you were mentioning, Daz, why you've got to send the Caustic in first, because then you can take advantage, if he does go down, of the 50 extra HP on the revive from Gibraltar.
Exactly, and Zach here really showcasing the bubble creates that space with having Mario there at the back. Looks like they're about to trade positioning here. The Caustic does run in as the entry fragger. Trance is down, but does he have time to get the banner? Does quite a bit of damage with the Havoc. And the big question here, is this worth fighting? There's a lot of teams nearby that could poke and damage them at any second.
I think, you know, Adjuvant, it seems like absolutely for them, because they've already lost one. And the high ground has been there, but you're right. It's that third party. Maybe you win this fight, maybe you don't.
And there it is.
Don't.
Look at that. Just as we predict, another team shows up, and this is not looking good for Mario's team.
This is a bummer. And that's the thing. You win that fight, but what does it get you? And that was not a long game play. And that's Deeds and Miss Lauren on Twitch coming through. Epicenter as well. Deeds already on a purple, so that's that level 3 perk now unlocked.
You know what's crazy? I don't think they noticed Mario is down and is in that building. They're looting so casually, but are completely unaware that they think maybe the team's all mopped up. Maybe everyone is eliminated. Maybe they ran away.
Well, I think it was only one person, and you saw the immediate down, and so that's why Mario's been able to make this sneaky play. And good luck, Mario. Maybe grab the banner, have a chance, and you will be able to get your teammate back up. But that is a lot of work to do. Still 24 squads left. 6 squads have gone down so far. As we take a look with Bullet on purple as well with Caustic and Winks, who Bullet now with Caustic going to be very, very lethal with that level 3 perk. And obviously the Caustic gas expanding for the ultimate.
What I do appreciate is the fact that everyone is being very smart about the rotations, getting those scans, utilizing them to the maximum ability, but also utilizing those harvesters. We mentioned it a lot already, and I've already heard you say it many times. It's important to mention how many people are actually getting up to purple so quickly. We got 2 fortified legends here, and so every bit of that armor is going to be effective in terms of helping them out.
Yeah, going to be a major thing, especially for these characters. Love seeing it. It's a defensive bombardment. Stay nice says, psych! I'm not going in there. OG says, same. They even throw a Gibraltar shield, dome shield, just in case.
Yeah, they
So
say
you
this
know
fight
they
isn't
wanna
worth
fight.
it at this point. This is going to take way too long. We've already heard what's going on across the lobby. Let's just get to zone and rotate, because we got 54 seconds before we actually need to move.
Another squad has gone down in our 3rd game of the NESSIE Cup. Everyone watching, we appreciate you here, celebrating the Apex Legends community in 5 years. We have a $100,000 tournament. With all of our favorite content creators and pros. Synox here, former pro with I Love Noodle.
And it looks like, was that was the Lamix team. That was my prediction that just went down there.
Oh no. Well, that means that it's looking like it's not going to be at least the both of us. Trev Stacks, I haven't seen him yet, but we mentioned it could be girl's turn. I felt like she was cooking a little bit. She had a couple unfortunate picks. But I
listen, I guess that shows the beauty of this tournament and just how fun it is. Because even with as much as we try to predict what's going to happen, there's a lot of unknown variables, because we're throwing these creators and pros and upcoming names just a big wrench, and then saying try something different, try something new, go have a little bit of fun while you're out there.
And that's the most important thing, having fun, having a good time, you know? And Apex is fun when played well. I think that's what people get excited about when they're frying, when they're moving well, when those shots are hitting. It's just such a good feeling. It's electric. And so we love to see pros and content creators alike, whether it's casuals, games, or on stream, or here in this NESSIE Cup, feel that action. And Sinox and I Love Noodle, after the first down, are going to push in on this. One massive shot added to the first, and that'll be an easy armor swap and down. I Love Noodle grabs that, and the bubble right back. They get rid of their neighbors in Apex Legends fashion.
I love this here. Senox and I Love Noodle had a fantastic cleanup there, and they reset before we the people in Raven could even consider a third party. Before they could even register what was even going on, they were in and out of that fight before they even knew it. They didn't even know the fight even occurred before they could do anything there.
Now, interestingly enough, this is my pick, I believe. No, it's not. Excuse me. It's TrevStack's. This was my pick previously is what I meant to say. And also Raven, a player who was really, really funny in that 3 Strikes game, helping Asian Boy and Presley, I believe, pull off a great sneak attack play. With We the People now having won last game with Hal, can Raven pull it off here? They're under pressure. A lot of duress. Raven questions using the ultimate, but he's just going to go back in the cart.
Exactly. That bubble going down means you have to run, and can their Caustic run in and make a play? Because they had a lot of barrels over there set up, making it really hard to push.
It's just weird to think of Caustic as an entry fragger, Daz, but it's kind of like what we've got.
I mean, who else is going to run
here
in towards the gas, right?
No, I feel you.
That's very true. There's your team actually right on the right. There's TrevStack's and Doryu's
right.
already. They heard the action, they heard the call, and they say, you know what? I'd rather just go to zone and win this. I think they're going for the end play here, gating as well as they see them rotate.
Very, very zone heavy play from what I've noticed from TrevStack's, but also great sniper play, long range play, and patience. You know, eye on the prize. That's why he got my vote. Also did that in my NESSIE Cup. And Designful and Kareem Cheese. This is a nice squad too, Daz. 2 really good players. And obviously Designful, I mean, a top 5 team with DSG in North America heading to LAN in May. So it doesn't get much better than that.
Exactly. I mean, every one of these teams that look, even Reptar and Milani here, I mean, we're seeing nonstop just stellar squads and just great. I could assume the communication is just top tier, just seeing how they're cleaning up and how they're rotating and moving throughout the map.
Yeah, great point here. Evo Cash outside. Do you grab it? 567 away. That actually makes a difference. I think Reptar's deciding, and what Reptar made, he got the ultimate out. The ult the Evo Cash, use it as a bang smoke. I don't think it's that important. Right now, though, Presley just trying to live, and it's not going to happen. Orby will get resurrected. And
Look at that.
Trill will take the win there in that duo. Big play, and Orby's on a red now.
He's on a tear. Even from my NESSIE Cup, Forby was a fantastic contender and really showcasing his name. He does a lot of rank, does a lot of pubs, but his skill is right up there with pretty much, I'd say, any professional at this level. He's really showcasing it today by making sure that he's communicating with the squad and really making plays for the team.
Reps and Baby Nikki, this was who GuhRL was pointing out. And wouldn't you know it, Reps and Verholz, they fought in my NESSIE Cup for the final game in duos. Well, they look like they're going to fight. Maybe not for the final win here, but maybe just to make it into a top 15. There's 18 squads left. Now, remember, there were 30 to start because we're in duos, so it still means something. But, man, that maybe means more.
Unfortunately, the Havoc just doing absolute work for Verholz really came in there and just cleaned up house. They put down a bubble just to buy themselves times in case there was a third party, but they really have nothing to worry about. And across the way, talk us through this next fight as we're just seeing, I think there's 3 teams stacked on top of each other right here.
It's a good rotate. Epicenter is where all the action is. And guess what? It's not too bad. You're not going to get cooked on that rotation because even though you went down early, Reps and Baby Nikki, it still would have put you in a tough rotation against players like Designful and Kareem Cheese, all fighting for the same spot. And guess what? There's just not enough room for Caustic and Gibby in this way. Nice down, though, early on to 4B from Deeds. And Designful and Kareem Cheese trying to just stay involved, apply pressure, but not be the ones who get all the pressure and attention turned towards them. So Design going to pull back around and get that ultimate excel. Doesn't want to jump into this fight without that ultimate, as he shouldn't.
I agree with you there. You know, it's really hard to play from the edge. You don't want to, if you're going to be early, then you got to be super early. But you don't necessarily want to be the middle team because you're just going to get bullied out from the teams on the edge and the center, just like we saw right there with Forby, unfortunately. You know, it's really tough because you got about 19 seconds. It looks like we're about to take a listen in here in just a moment.
Yeah, a bunch of traps down. Right, just chill back here if you have to. Yeah, just keep getting traps over there. Guys, resing over here. You might be able to shoot his feet. You can shoot his feet. Fine. We're gonna be like safe, like close over up here. We have to watch our top right. Yeah, we have to watch our top right. We have to be careful of our left. You can shoot those guys. You can shoot these guys maybe.
And crack one.
At the bat. I have to give you all this team, okay?
Yeah.
After they bubble, wait for their bubble to go down. You're gonna have to throw a good costical.
At them?
Yeah, you're gonna have to throw a costical. Look at the people left. Look at those people left. Dead. You maybe come left on me. Come left to me. Come left to me. Come left to me. Put traps down. Put traps down. Be careful with your top left. We're gonna have to like chill right here. You can chill all the way back here too on me.
Well, a good showcase of the chaos rotating here, Daz. As you can see, an ultimate, traps, but all just to stay alive one more round.
Do you hear the comms as they're working their way in, making sure that they respect the space? But you just see the precision from Lauren, but also the great IGL comms from Deeds as well. But of course, we just saw a team being knocked down from Verholst, Confusing Cutie, also doing a whole lot of work as Deeds' team pressures here and takes a look.
Yeah,
what going on here?
Huge. Deeds is coming in onto Verholst. They just won. Will they have gotten the armor swap, or is there another one left? Having to go against Verholst, it's not easy. He's won championships in real life. Can he win one in the NESSIE Cup yet again? It's Deeds, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, Verholst will go sit back to lobby, and Deeds will be the one to stay alive here.
Don't you love that? That's exactly the bubble dancing we were talking about, but the patience that was going involved there could have gone any way at any one moment, and it really isolated that just team fight right there. It was all about them. There was no third party. The bubble protected both of them, and it was just about who came out on top in that moment. Great stuff. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, it was a little Apex Legends tango. A little, you know, shot back and forth. That's what I love about the Gibraltar bubble fights. It is a dance. It's an elegant one. It is a difficult one if you're not experienced with it. It's been a minute since we've seen it so well executed, especially in higher level play. But right now, the team I was talking about, Trev Stacks and Doryus, sliding into the action. They like what they see. Buster Sword in hand. Massive early, misses 2 shots, but it's a blue. Hits the other one. That's easy. We the people will also take down Zap there, as that's an early kill, but Doryus needs to get up onto a purple if he's going to win this one. They're in a good position, Daz. 9 squads, but it's not enough shielding if they take an on-the-case in-fight 1v1 in people's space. So maybe a little bit of damage from afar here for now.
They're in fantastic positioning here as long as they play it patient, and let's see where the zone pulls here, because if it pulls in their favor, they don't really have to move. They have to move just a little bit here and work their way in, but this isn't an impossible spot to be in, because the teams across the way are going to have to land on top of each other, and they might be able to capitalize on that. I'm rooting for your team at this point. I've been seeing them work, and they're doing great stuff.
They really are, and qualifying from any NESSIE Cup, being involved in this is such an honor. But I gotta say, I'm a little excited, of course, a little biased for my qualifiers who participated in mine. But this is the final. This means anything goes, and it's got to be earned, and it's not given. Tifa, Jesse, and Imperial. Hal, what a squad here too. Hal won last game. I think he's the only remaining member who won last game, still alive here in this lobby, as Miss Lauren and Deeds, who just took down Verholst, stabilize in a shell of a cart here.
It's going to be a tough rotation for Hal's team and their team as they move in, because they have nothing but an open field and lava in front of them. That's why I really believe Trev's team has a pretty high chance of survival, as if everyone focuses on each other, then they're looking pretty good, to be honest, right now, as long as they play it very patient.
Hal's got to be planning something. He knows this move is going to be very difficult. And obviously, there could be defensive bombardments around as well. There's a zip line available, and they're going to take it right now. Anybody going to be shooting on them? They find themselves on the ground. Imperial Hal, still alive, is going to shield battery out of the chaos. Throws the ultimate too, and so there's some damage being done from above, and Tifa Jesse is dead. But Hal setting up a heroic play. Maybe a miracle, but certainly not in the prime position as we look at Sykes and Nyamoka with an early Gibraltar bubble after a defensive bombardment comes down as well.
They're trying to get those teams off of height, and it was pretty smart to do that because now when they rotate, they don't have that bubble. And it looks like Trev's team is getting focused, but they do have their bubble. That one was the last one popped, which is actually positive for now, as long as these other teams can focus each other.
That defensive bombardment coming from Sykes and Nyamoka, I don't know, Daz. They look like they're in prime position. Deeds wants where Doryu and Trevsnacks are, but Trevsnacks and Doryu actually find the kill onto Deeds. And so Sykes and Nyamoka are in a good spot. Are they getting distracted, though? They know that team is to their right, but now it's too far onto the right, and they've got to just hold and hide and heal so that in this top 4, they may come out as number 1.
It's looking pretty good. I mean, all the teams from the low ground are starting to work their way in. Trevs and Doryu is like becoming a sandwich. Pretty crazy here as they get a nasty, massive shot. Sykes is put up in a very positive position as they look down at these next 2 teams. This could be it for them.
Girl brought up baking. You brought up a sandwich. All I know is Nyamoka and Sykes look to be eating good tonight. A massive 360 turnaround and a couple shots to the dome. Sykes and Nyamoka take it in our 3rd game of the finals in the NESSIE Cup in our duos.
Gosh, they really worked that space. Once they realized that they had them pushed right in the center there, they said, you know what? I think we got this as long as we wait. And I could feel when a win is coming and when you've clutched out.
That was such a good position from them, too. I mean, even just walking back, Daz, we've seen teams in these situations playing edge. It's been risky. They've gotten a lot of KP, and I think that's the difference here. Sometimes you're looking for the win, and you're looking for the KP on the way to maybe a win. And the teams who have played zone, whether it's last game or this game here, we've seen actually become our mainstays. They've been dominant. And so I think it also goes to say that Caustic and Gibraltar, maybe not the best legends to be rotating late with, but also the best legends to have a final spot like that Sykes and Nyamoka have.
And we saw a lot more fights than we could have predicted. Everyone thinks that these are passive legends, that they hold, but look at the non-stop fighting from the replays that we're seeing and the amount of pushes that are occurring. There was no passive play. There was non-stop calculation and pushing and securing space.
It's just so well executed as well. Nyamoka and Sykes. Sykes goes in. 2 easy shots. Would have been a fair 1v1 after a moment, but Sykes kind of sacrifices himself and makes it easy for the clutch. And I got to get the response here of our caster, our host, who is watching alongside us, but not on the broadcast for that one. Girl, it wasn't my prediction. It was pretty close, but man, Sykes and Nyamoka take game number 3.
We got a VTuber win.
Let's go.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, it was great watching, and you guys did amazing casting as always, but they pulled it out with the dub.
Yeah, it was a great game. And Daz, too, just thoughts on that, because I know you guys are going to get back on the mic here soon. It's 3. We've got 3 already down. We're going to start repeating some of those game modes that we've seen, but thoughts after 3 in our NESSIE Cup finals.
I really enjoyed the duos. That was something different compared to what I have even seen. And with 2 very specific legends and something that we haven't seen in ALGS meta in such a long time, that was actually a blast. It makes me, as much as I don't like Gibraltar and Caustic, I actually might play them now a little more.
I don't know if I'll join you on that because, I kind of don't like Caustic. I'm not going to lie, but maybe Gibraltar, I appreciate it. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game 4 of our 100K finals in our NESSIE Cup. Welcome back to the NESSIE Cup here, whether you're watching us on Play Apex or any of the channels broadcasting this community event. My name is Raynday. I'm joined to my right with GuhRL and Dazs. And what an exciting day for us all. We've done 3 games so far. We've got 3 more to go. We'll be seeing a few things return, like 3 strikes and, of course, some punching, which is very, very fun. But one thing that's going to be different, GuhRL, and I'm going to toss it over to you here to help us talk about our next mode, is something maybe you've never even imagined before in Apex Legends. It's not 3v3, it's 30v30.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Minus Tempo about this, and we talked a little bit about controller versus assault, and honestly, I'm really excited to see how it plays out, because when I was brainstorming in my head, I just really couldn't figure out what would be better.
Yeah, or even what's going on, Dazs. And the designations of who's playing what.
So we're going to have everyone separated 30 versus 30. You see, you got red team versus blue team, and we got, left versus right on Storm Point. Everyone knows exactly where to land. And, I got to give a shout out to Respawn and EA, 1, for letting us host this, but 2, for letting us come up with such unique ideas and really pushing the envelope of what it means to play Apex Legends. Because I'm not going to lie, this is probably going to be one of the more interesting modes that we have for today, and it's probably going to be the most chaotic out of all of them.
I mean, GuhRL, when you talk about 30v30, you're already talking about something that is pushing boundaries. Now, I don't think this is going to be in the ALGS anytime soon, but it's certainly a very fun idea, and we even put some restrictions on it too. And you mentioned it, but expand on that. Assault controller, what do you mean by that? What are their restrictions today?
So the Legends and Apex are categorized, and in the pink, the top 2 rows were the... I think they were the controller legends, if I'm not mistaken. We'll talk. The assault legends are going to be Ash, Ballistic, Bangalore, Fuse, and Mad Maggie, and the controller legends are Catalyst, Caustic, Rampart, and Watson. I believe it is the top row is going to be controller legends, and the bottom 2 rows are going to be assault legends. So there you have it. Your favorite streamers are either going to be playing Assault or Controller Legends, and they're going to be battling it out on Storm Point. But they are going to land separately, as I think Dazs mentioned.
So even looking at this, you can see a lot of big names, on the Control Legends as well. But you may think that team is stacked, but now you got to look at it with the Legends you had just mentioned, GuhRL. To you, Dazs, which team composition is going to be superior? Because it's not like they're going to be landing in teams of 30v30 just in general. You're not going to have 29 other people in your potential push to talk in game. They're going to be teams of 3 that understand that they can't cross a line at a certain time. It's going to be fun. Just wait and see. But who are you picking here, and who's kind of taking the day in your trio that you're choosing? Assault Legends.
And because I actually was going to go more for the top team, the overall red team that we were kind of thinking about. And the reason why, it was mostly because of the players and individuals on the team specifically. I'm going less on a hunch here, less on the overall players and how they're going to be able to have the game sense to see what other players are doing. So I took a gander and I said, you know what, who are the IGLs? Who are the better support players that I see on this list? And that's kind of why I'm going for the red team. Not necessarily saying which one's better versus control, but for the assault, but who has the game sense to be aware of their other teammates across other squads that they can't talk to.
It's kind of like offense versus defense, firepower versus control, obviously. But as you just saw on that map, we'll show it to you later on, I'm sure, at some point. Or if you have a problem, we have a little bit of time here before we jump in. That's how they're going to be split. So one team assault will be landing on the right side of Storm Point. One team control will be landing on the left side of Storm Point. And we get it. This is fun. This is what we did the NESSIE Cup for. I know a lot of people are getting excited going, no way, what is this? I know people in my chat as well. I'm going to shout out, Just One Duke and anyone watching and play Apex as well going, what is this? This is chaotic. This might even be more chaotic than the punching in the final circles, GuhRL. I guess I'm going to give it to a prediction here. Will this be the most chaotic mode of the day? Do you think so? Or will it have some harmony?
I think it'll be pretty chaotic. Like Daz said, it's going to be hard to figure out who you're going to shoot or who you're not going to shoot, especially if you're getting into your 30s like me, but you know, I think it'll be pretty chaotic and pretty fun at the same time. I'm really, really looking forward to this one. This is probably the one I was looking forward to the most.
You kind of let in a little secret. So for those still wondering about it, all of our players, not only will they'll be in individual teams of 3 per usual, but they'll be told they have to pick a controller. So there won't be like a red team and a blue team. They're going to have to be fighting, but they can't fight a controller legend. And they'll know that because they shouldn't be shooting at a Watson or a Caustic or a Catalyst, right? They shouldn't be shooting, or a Rampart. And that way they'll also, if you're on the Assault legend, know only that if you see a Caustic, bad. If you see a Bangalore, good on your team. And so that's how they're going to have to play. So there could be some friendly fire here occasionally if you're not paying attention.
You can't necessarily just go all out. You really got to pay attention to who you're eliminating and who you're not eliminating. So it adds that extra layer in terms of game sense from these players before you press fire. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is that a Bangalore? Yeah. Is that a Caustic? Who is that?
Wait a second, guys. All right, let me think about this here, because what if a Bangalore with smokes gets all up near a control situation and is just trying to confuse? I think you have a couple Bangalores that are just running interference. You don't know who it is. You can't shoot it because it might be one of your teammates. I think throwing smokes onto a control team, that makes me look the other way and go, is that a Bangalore sitting in there, or are these my control legends? Because they're near me. Oh no, girl. This is there's a lot of strategies that I think these players are going to bring out.
Yeah, and I think the Watsons are definitely going to have a big impact on this as well, because they're going to have to take in all of that Fuse or Maggie. I'm not even sure. Does Jen eat up Spangler smoke? I think it does.
It does. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to have our generators in the right spot. So that'll definitely be interesting to watch. I wonder who's taking action and DMing other teams and being like, this is going to be our meetup spot. We're all going to meet up here. Who's really like making the big plan here on either of the teams? That's really going to come into effect, because if you're well prepared, I think it'll become easier, and we're going to see like an army going on in like that. That'll be pretty fun to watch.
Who's read Sun Tzu, The Art of War, really? Because this feels like commanding battalions at this point, because you've just got so many mini armies going out and doing their own side missions, but you've got to keep this general awareness of what you need to do as a whole, Daz, and that's obviously so difficult to do. It might be Discord, it might be game chat, we don't know, but it seems like the team with the best communication is going to have a significant advantage. Controller or Assault, doesn't matter.
You know, we might have some lone warriors out there who are really being sneaky on the battlefield and being very smart about their positioning. And maybe they're not necessarily going to be in the group, but they're going to be the one being tactful and going for extreme flanks. Maybe we won't say a straightforward fight, but maybe one fought from the edges.
I mean, do you send a group, girl, now when you're thinking about it, right? Let's look at the battalion idea, and you have a general, right? You know, maybe it's Hal on one side, maybe it's Timmy on the other side. I don't know who's on what it is, but going, all right, who's Fuse? You know, Knuckle Cluster, if you're a Fuse, get over here. I'm going to send you guys around the top, and we're going to flank these, Caustics. The Watsons, they're setting up in the middle there. We're going to try to flank these Caustics on the side, or we're going to target the Rampart walls because those Knuckle Clusters will still work. Bangalore smokes are just gonna, you know what I mean? I feel like there could be some interesting strategies there if you put all of the same legends together and send them on a mission.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see them do the pinch strat or to split up. I think it'll be easier for Assault legends to do that, especially with Ash, because they can reposition. But controller legends can't really reposition. They got no movement whatsoever besides utilizing their balloons. So those are going to come in handy for the controller legends.
Yeah.
But I think the Assault team are going to have more opportunity for brainstorming and making all these strategies and doing a little flank action and playing on their own. But they will all have to really play together, because think about it. You're going to have 30 people shooting at you if you're caught out alone. So
that's scary.
that's pretty scary. I wonder what the time to kill is going to be like, and if they're really going to stick together. If someone does get caught out, what if they just have 3 people sniping at them at once? Just 3. But imagine if all 3 of those people hit all of their shots. So
that's right.
That's good. That's pretty scary in my opinion.
It is. It is. And Daz, you were going to say something to that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. When GuhRL, you're saying that everyone shoots everyone at once. Are we going to see the ability to even revive anybody? Or is just once you're gone, is that it? Because there's just going to be mass chaos. Is it going to be worth picking up your teammates? I mean, what do you guys think?
Well, I think Catalyst is going to be big in this in some ways because you draw these lines of conflict, but Catalyst can literally draw it. And I think if you have a Catalyst player, you have some understanding of that, that's going to be super huge to isolate maybe a certain part of the assault team who might be overextending or pushing, and they won't really have a lot to do with that. So I think that's the same idea for me with revives. Can you catwall and get revives off? Can you bang smoke and get revives off? You know, there are going to be certain things, Rampart, throw a shield up, get a revive off, that they're very good at. But it's also going to be, you know, very difficult. If you have a lot of fuses, knuckle clustering a Rampart, she throws her wall up, those knuckle clusters are going to eat right through that. You are not going to get that revive off. So there's so many different ways you can play this that I definitely think it's just going to be so much fun to watch. I know we're still waiting to get in game. I don't know if we have time, production, to put up where they're landing again, kind of the zones that they'll be doing. If we could, I would love to make one little point about that, because there is an area, girl, where they can examine this. Storm Point also is a top to bottom kind of map. So if you're you, what do you like? What landing zone are you hoping to be in? What are the advantages of maybe either?
Well, I think playing the north end is really good, especially on the assault side. But on the controller side, I think going for the tridents is going to be really fun, and you're going to be able to go for the level ups. I think the Evo Harvesters is what people are going to focus the most on in the very beginning on both teams. But I wonder if there's more Evo Harvesters on the west side, on the controller side. It kind of looks like they have the potential for that, I guess. But also the zone is definitely going to come into play. Where the zone pulls, like if it pulls on the assault side, the controller legends are going to have a harder time coming in when they're getting, you know, fuse queued the whole way there. And if it goes to the controller side, the assault team will have trouble pushing in. So really, like, that zone pull is zone pull is going to tell a story for sure.
I mean, Lightning Rod is normally a landing spot where if it pulls Lightning Rod, the team at Lightning Rod wins Lightning Rod. And because it's such an uphill climb, now you're only able to have a controller legend. There's no mobility that you're going to be able to utilize to get there. And you are going to have every version of every tactical that does damage wailing on you in your process too. So I don't know. You're right, I think. And girl, this is a great point, Daz. I think it comes down to where that zone pulls. That's going to be a huge advantage. Which side, assault or control?
I'm really glad that you brought up Rampart, because I didn't really consider Rampart and the power of the walls and positioning in terms of really trying to create some space and create some areas. Because you talked about Catwall draws a line, but there are some permanent walls that can be really created with Rampart to set your team up for success, especially saying, hey, go over here. Those are controller, but also, to be honest, it could also be big beacon saying, hey, that's a controller legend.
Yes, that's true. And so you have the information, and that's the other thing, being able to figure out, you know, where the zone is. Controller legends are going to be able to do that. And that's going to be, well, you know, if they figure out where it is, maybe even if it's a bad zone, they'll be moving a lot faster than the assault legends who are not able to do it. Now, I cannot wait. I know you all have been waiting with bated breath. We are getting into game. It is 30v30. It is the NESSIE Cup. One for Apex Legends. So take it away, Daz and girl.
You know what's so great about this, girl, is that the teams are really coordinated here, and setting this up is definitely a challenge. And so when we see all this chaos, it's going to be an absolute blast as everyone lands and sets up. I'm just, because it's such a unique mode, I'm sitting here smiling, just like, wow, this is something I personally have never, ever seen in Apex Legends. So, hey, history in the making, essentially, right?
And that's what the NESSIE Cup is about. It's about having fun, showcasing our streamers that have been putting in a lot of hard work and effort into their communities and into the Apex community as a whole. And now we see everyone landing. I think Vaxlon is a little lost, might be landing in the middle where he's
Oh
not
man, do you
supposed
see
to.
this zone right here too? Raynday brought this up. He mentioned how the importance of the zone is really going to dictate what's going on. And remind me, on the left side, is that the controller or the assault? Let's remind everyone, but also me, for example. God,
Controller
yeah.
Legends, I believe.
Yes, okay, yeah. So when we see here how this meta may change out as everyone starts to push, but also they got a really nice line in the sand from the dropship, which really helped kind of set things up and set this stage. So everyone is definitely looting up and trying to get those harvesters. Do you think they're going to put the importance on the harvesters, or do you think they're going to start setting up to create that line in the sand?
I think at least getting to blue is really important. You don't want to be sitting around on white armors and then setting up, especially if you have the zone already. I think you kind of have more time. And for the assault legends that are further away, I think they should take their time, get purples or red evos, and then work their way here, because they know they're not going to beat the controller legends who already got gifted the zone.
Do you think this is going to favor them? And look at the Trident setup already by just running around and just getting as much for the team as humanly possible here. It's going to be pretty interesting as everyone from the Assault tries to work their way in, and how difficult that actually might be, to be honest. This setup is everything to succeed.
Yeah, Anma's doing a great job getting the evil harvesters, and you just see everybody just driving by one. And if you didn't know, the evo harvesters only need to be picked up by one player on your team, so that's why Anmu's going in alone, doing his thing, while his teammates could potentially be setting up, doing spiders, doing prowlers, because they have those on their side of the map as well. So getting their attachments off of the spiders and prowlers would be a smart move.
I love that. I love the fact that there's so much already strategy and everyone kind of has their mission as they're running around, and nobody is being passive. Everyone's being active and contributing, whether it is, like you mentioned, going over for the spiders, whether it's going for harvesters. Everyone has a job to do, and the clock is ticking right now because every second matters of what they do and how they fill it, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder what the Assault Legend players are really thinking right now. They're still on triple whites, but I feel like they have the time to be able to hit at least a few Evo Harvesters on the way, especially since they got that Trident on hand. And it looks like the controller legends have already picked up a care package weapon, should be a gold weapon, for the first drop, and then later on they'll be getting those red weapons.
It looks like we saw an early elimination and the kill feed just pop up there. So it looks like we have some early firing happen by chance, but not everybody has been eliminated and finished off quite yet. So we're not really sure if we're going to see some early action per se, but more strategic play, because everyone knows that it's going to be hot and it's going to be very overwhelming very soon. If you were to place your bets now, would you change your bet on who you believe was going to win, or would you stick with the same group?
So I bet on controller legends in the beginning, and it looks like they're already setting up. I'm gonna stick with controller legends for sure, but I'm really hoping that the assault legends put up a good fight here, because they're gonna be pushing through a strong defense, but the defense team only really has blue armors as of now. So it's gonna be really interesting, especially if assault legends get themselves up to purple or red. They're going to have the HP advantage. But against all those Watsons, Caustics, Ramparts, it's going to be tough. So we'll see how they infiltrate. This is kind of reminding me of like Lord of the Rings or something.
Oh my gosh,
I don't know,
yeah. Do you see the
reminding
Caustic
me of a
barrels?
big battle.
Right there,
Yes.
They're already setting them up. So they're making these giant walls and fortifying, and look where they're kind of placing their bets here. Like you said, they're creating their giant wall, their base of operations of just controller legends, and setting up. And it's actually really fun to watch, because it's going to be a nightmare later for the assault legends to really breach, and they got to do it together. If they're not together, they're just going to get picked off one by one. They have to come in as one big conglomerate and group to really make an impact here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of smokes to block off the line of sight, like Raynday was saying earlier. And I love to see the Maggies because I feel like that's the biggest counter that you really need for all of those rampart walls that are probably going to be set up in Cenote Cave. So I really like seeing that strat coming in from Team Assault.
It looks like as well they seem to have some teams perched up giving recon. So they didn't necessarily all say everyone go to zone. It looks like they're already looking for information to specifically relay over before they make the big assault. So we kind of see a bit of a mixed strat. And I'm honestly, the more and more I see this game mode and before the chaos completely ensues, this is a lot of fun to watch because I love the setup and the thought process. It's like playing, you know, your favorite, you know, game of like Plants vs. Zombies or something where everyone is just running in and you're seeing like these swarms and it's about to happen and it just puts a big smile on the face knowing that this is Apex Legends. It's awesome.
And I'm taking a look at Discord right now just because I was really curious what the comms would be like in between the teams. And they do have a full lineup of people in one channel for one team and then a full lineup of another group in another voice channel. But it looks like there's a small squadron in a third voice channel. I think that's from Team Assault, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be really interesting that they split up into two. But yeah, it's going to be really fun to see them duke it out here soon or shortly. And you can see that on the team controller, like you have some of the top IGLs unmuted in the Discord and everyone else just muted up. So I feel like I feel like the team controller are on strict comms. Like you said, they were scouting, strict comms, strict communication, and strict teamwork. Whereas in the other Discord channel, almost everyone is unmuted. So I wonder how that's gonna go for them.
There's a big difference. I'm glad we're getting this insight because it makes it more fun knowing that they're in just this giant group trying to coordinate and put everything together. But could you imagine the amount of comms and how overwhelming things are going to be towards the end? So you know what? Let's take a listen in on this small team and see what they're doing strategy-wise.
Don't we all get the XP for fires at the same time? I think we do.
Yeah, that'd be different.
Wait, are these the people that flew in? Or are these... I can't tell who these are. Like,
we're flying into you guys now. It's like a whole, actually battalion
flying.
Oh,
XP.
Okay.
So a whole
my game's gonna
flying
freeze. I have a fucking feeling.
I'm gonna grab this.
Where are you guys at?
We're at the double building in mill. We're at the double building in mill.
Yeah, we're at the Evo Harvard mill, Nutty.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all here.
Let's get this Evo harvester right here and then.
I actually forgot about a sling weapon.
I'm not gonna get red. There's no way.
I'll put it in my sling.
Yeah. I'm 1300. Yeah. No, let's just go fight them, bro. We have to start working.
How do you sling a gun?
We should have played ballistic, bro. We're not gonna have enough ammo.
Fucker doesn't have a sling.
Oh
my god, we actually had. We didn't think about.
Wow. And then we come in here, it seems like a whole new game playing with Apex Legends, knowing it's 30 versus 30 and how they're setting up, but also the patience and strategy that's coming through it. They have battalions, they have groups. They're even using those words themselves as they set up these groups, scouting and moving around, and we hear the words of possibly their general just giving comms. It's awesome. I really love this. What do you think? What do you think of that breakdown there?
I really like hearing the insight about the ammo and how they should have played ballistic for the ammunition, because they're going to be shooting a bunch of rampart walls and they're going to have to try and infiltrate as slowly as possible. But that was really great insight by them and great teamwork. It seems like they have a mini squadron about to infiltrate now. And they actually almost took down Melanie if you weren't looking at the HP bars. Mel almost went down in half a second, but was able to pop that Phoenix, and their whole squad is still alive and remaining in that little scout spot.
It looks like they're all getting together now. They know that the battalion is on the way, so they're going back to their main points of strategy that it looks like they've been assigned to. This is a very well coordinated sense of defense here. This is not a team that's just doing things on a whim. Everyone has a job and they all need to do their job well. Any part of this defense falls, I'm pretty sure the assault team is going to win. But if they can hold it together and play smart as a group, then it looks like they have a very strong chance of winning here. But as long as they set up, and it looks like they have the workings to really make that happen.
Yeah, it's funny. I picked Controller Legend as the team that I thought would win, just because they have kind of like some world-renowned IGLs in that squad. They have TSM Imperial Hell, they have Zero, they have a lot of great IGLs. They've got Monsoon, and they've got great firepower. They've got Zach Mazer, Jem Burton, a lot of great players there, and it seems like it's working really well. They're moving as a coordinated squad, and take a look at the colors, like the blues, the reds, the pinks against like the more earthy tones, the greens. It's actually so nice to see, and it's gonna be a heck of a fight here shortly.
You know, I wonder if the assault team is thinking about this. What if the zone pulls to them, and if it does, can they get them to leave their fort? But looking at the zone already on screen on the upper left, it kind of favors them. I don't think the assault, obviously the assault don't have that information. They don't know. And we see some early firepower. Let's take a listen in as a fight ensues.
Oh, look, I'm right. On your door. Everyone shoot, everyone shoot. Slow down. Make sure you're shooting the right characters.
This is fucking chaos.
Make sure you get theirs. Do not let them get resets. They only have one life.
One shot on the open. One shot on the open. Bangalore, one shot.
Back of the build, back of the build.
I'm shooting out here.
Caustic Olympus, if you got it.
I don't know where they're at.
The far side. Southwest.
I'm fucking them on the backside. Yeah, we need to fuck them on the backside.
One is on high, guys. One is on the height of the building.
Double backside.
They're on height of the building.
On top of the building.
We need to keep
They're burning inside, southeast, burning hard inside the building.
Your caustic play inside. Only caustic should be playing inside, guys. We're fucking hard gassing this shit up.
Yeah, let the caustic play inside.
Only
They're
caustic
burning
play
so
inside.
hard in there.
Yeah, make sure you revive your teammates that are...
Oh my gosh, I could not stop laughing hearing all the chaos that is going on. There's comms going left, there's people attacking, there's striking from the inside, they're outside the building. Caustic's only on the inside. I like the information that's going. Girl, I'm passing it off to you. There is so much happening.
They're saying only Caustic's on the inside, and Hal, infamous Hal, just ramparting inside as well as Peeps. They're just still in there, not really caring what the comms are. There's a bunch of ramparts inside. Just take a look at this. But they are staying alive, and they're doing their absolute best. We need some gens in here. We actually need a lot of generators in there to prevent all of that fuse action coming in their way. But the assault team seems to be doing really well, in my opinion. They're putting a lot of pressure, and I think the Ash TP surprised the Controller Legends earlier on, and it really allowed them to infiltrate, and there's so many knocks on the ground. And I don't know who's knocked more. No, I didn't.
There was a res that went off. They're actually getting their teammates in, and we have teams set up from across the way. I just had to call that out because we had mentioned it. Was that even going to be possible to happen? And we have an answer. Yes, I have never seen anything like this in Apex Legends, and I'm not gonna lie, it puts a smile on my face that I really want to get involved. I want to play this. This looks awesome.
I do too. I'm so jealous right now, but I'm so happy for everyone. They must be having a great time, and all these Assault Legends, you can see they're playing like the southern end of this building, because the Controller Legends not only have the building, but they have the high ground north of the building as well. The scout spot that we were talking about earlier, they have great line of sight onto this building. So the Assault Legends have to push in from the southern end.
Did we just see some friendly fire there?
Great job of that. I don't know. I have knocked someone.
We're seeing just like we had mentioned, the clutter of smokes as they breach in. They have to be very careful not to hit their teammates, and this could be the downside of the assault team just being unaware of who to hit and who's is in danger. And how in the heck in the world can they even breach when there is just non-stop smoke? As long as the Caustics keep throwing down smokes and gas, you know, I think they're going to be just fine. The chaos is so crazy, I don't even know the difference between smoke and gas anymore.
Oh my goodness, and that's why they said only Caustic's on the inside, just so you can't kill your own teammate. Baby Nicky's gonna go get revived here by Kareem Cheese. He's doing a great job getting his team back up, but it must be so incredibly hard to do so. But the Assault Legends did infiltrate this building, and I honestly didn't believe that it would be even possible. So really good job coming in from them, and we'll see if the Controller Legends can pull it out, but I feel like the pressure's just too strong, Daz.
Yeah, listen, if as you know, the only downside here is that they breached this. That team on height on the other end, they do have to move, but they have a nasty power play as well. I think the position that they have is pretty wild and also intense. But also these ramparts are becoming a lot more effective than I even could have imagined. I thought they were going to be a beacon to be blasted by. But look at them holding here and just laying down suppressive fire with a Spitfire. It's absolutely nasty.
Yeah, I feel like if you were on the assault team, you really need to get the height. The height that's filled with rampart walls and Watson traps. You really need to infiltrate that area first. This is such an incredible end zone to be played. Like, honestly, it's probably one of the hardest end zones for the Assault Legends to fight against because of the open waters that they have to traverse against. It's tough. You really couldn't have expected this end zone to be played out, but baby Nikki going crazy with the Havoc here in the end zone, getting the armor swap, quick M&K swap for her, and she's doing a great job defending the outside. But look, she has to look left, right, and center, and has to make sure she's not thirsty the wrong people. Oh my goodness.
This is so overwhelming to the point we saw a screen earlier of who was being eliminated. I think that I was about to mention this. I think the controllers are now on the assault looking for the last remaining group because it looks like they held it down so strong, and now the assaults are no longer being on the oppressive side. Now they're forced to be on the defensive. The controller legends are on the hunt looking for every individual, and you called it, girl. You said it exactly. Maybe they should have gone for the height because they were pressured in that corner so tight to the point where, I mean, they couldn't move. They just kept getting peppered down to the point, Matt, yes, they got a lot of reses, but like you had mentioned, missing that height is detrimental. And if we look here, do we see any assault left?
They won.
They won. We have no more assault.
They won. All the bottom two rows are all dead.
Wow.
Controller Legends have won the 30v30.
They held it down.
End zone for the assaults, though.
Massive congrats to them as they went on the offensive and started hunting down everyone. What mass chaos, but also just puts a smile on my face just seeing just how fun that was. I feel like I missed out. Even though I was casting and watching it, I wanted to hop in there and play.
We have to host some more of these because that was too fun. I'd like to see another 30v30 happen again sometime soon because that was incredible. I think there might be some community tournaments being held because I hope everyone had fun in that one. That looked incredibly fun.
Let's go listen to them celebrate.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, hey, hold on.
Yo, how do I put that a costume, man? I'm using my Sheila.
Let's get this rampart on the left.
You gotta start throwing hands.
Who's shooting? Who's shooting?
Who's
got the voltage?
It's Jen, fuck his ass!
It's Jen right here! Stop shooting!
What do you mean? What do you mean? Dude, it's not me!
Come back!
Get on, move!
Help me! This motherfucker's punching me out!
Wait, no resing! No, what the fuck?
He's shooting me! Look at this bitch!
Hey, stop shooting! Wesley, you bitch!
Oh my god, I'm gonna
He killed me with a Sheila! No way, you fucking shot me, bro.
This guy...
Dude, leave me alone, man!
No!
Fucking leave me alone!
Trill, you're a rat!
Nah, let you out. Get out. Wait, let the boy here.
Oh,
let the boy.
I got you, bro.
No way.
No, get out.
Come here!
Watch the world.
That's right!
Let's stick together.
Let us stick it.
Fuck around, man. Leave me alone. Jen, come to us. Group up.
I'm coming.
Bitch. Yo, look at me. Jen, come here.
I heard you do those.
Here. Oh, fuck, I dropped them earlier for other people, man.
On the demo.
Damn, this whole team is just shooting. That's crazy. Bunch of shameless.
Oh, you can't punch the car.
Dude.
How many fences you got?
Whoever this car, I'm gonna shield you, bro. Get out of not a drive-by. Not a drive-by.
What's the way? Going back the fence.
Yo!
Oh my god, where my boys at? What fence is down? Whoa, he's got
I'm dead! Fuck!
Dude, this Jen!
I'm dead! But piss off!
In here? Yo, what? All the pacifists on the rock.
I'm down. I'm walling off.
Come up, Caustic. Everybody come up.
Oh, give me the swap.
Oh, there's caustic gas in here, bro. You set me up.
No.
Pick a little man.
Oh, those nades are crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's nice.
I could not stop laughing and smiling from everything that I just heard. This is what Apex is all about. They look like they're having the time of their lives. I am so incredibly jealous of everything that I just watched. I mean, listen, hopefully they stepped away and they had a blast. I don't know what to say besides that was amazing. I'm so happy. Girl, what do you think?
It's so nice to see the community come together and have so much fun in Apex and just battle it out, see who's going to punch each other and who's going to cheat a little like Jem Burton and start shooting his bolt around. But we really got to see the official meat mountain there at the end. That was really awesome. I was going to say freaking awesome, so I'm going to say it. That was freaking awesome.
I love it. That was so much fun. It was all worth it, the setup and everything together. I bet you people are commenting that they want this. If Respawn EA are watching, this is what it's all about. This is fun. This is awesome. Let's have stuff like this. And just, again, shout out to the team for letting us do stuff like this, because this is what brings the NESSIE Cup together, all of us together, and what it's all about. I love it.
Shout out to the observers for catching that amazing action as well. Well done, everyone. And if you're in our chats, type 1 if you want to see that mode again, because I'm sure that was a lot of fun to watch. It was for Dazs and I, and I want to know if it was fun for you guys. And if you're an emote only,
spam more emotes.
Do some hearts.
Just need some hearts.
Spam some hearts. Spam some hearts if you love that mode. Team Control has won game number 4. Congratulations to Team Control for doing a great job holding that POI down. What a hard end zone for the Assault Legends to infiltrate, but they did an amazing job as well. They ended up getting inside of the building, but they weren't able to pull through with the dub. So shout out to Team Control and their squad for pulling through.
Congratulations to being a part of Apex Legends history in some way, guys. That was a first of what has now become an idea that will be very hard to get out of people's minds. It will grow. We do need to see that again. Siege, man, in Apex Legends, it was a defend and siege, and I loved every minute of it. Congratulations for all those fun things. We have more NESSIE Cup right around the corner. 2 more games to decide our winners, and we keep it moving. See you in a sec. Welcome back to the NESSIE Cup here. Raynday, Girl, and Dazs, your hosts for the inaugural $100,000 NESSIE Cup Finals. We did 3 50K tournaments together individually, and now we have been able to put a capstone on it. And this Finals, Girl, it is not disappointed. This has been some of the more interesting Apex I think anyone has ever watched.
Yeah, like you said, we're making history here with the NESSIE Cup, and it's been an incredible journey from the first tournament all the way up until now. It's been amazing to see all the different modes being played, all the different pros and content creators all mixed up into one. It's really bringing the community together, and they're really having a great time with it.
Well, I have so many thoughts on what that meant. You guys obviously got to talk through it, but let's talk through Game 5 because we go back into a new mode again. Challenges continue on in our NESSIE Cup, but they're always fun. This time we go back to 3 strikes, Dazs, but we're going to do it on Olympus this time, and we've got our random team generator at work. These will be the new trios in our 5th out of 6 games.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the meta come back with 3 strikes, especially after that. I wonder what individual players are going to start to do, especially. I want to say my prediction here for this group that we just saw on screen is actually going to be Dazs, Timmy, and Milani. You know, I think that Timmy is hungry. He wants to get back out there after we saw what happened in duos. He's been clutching it out. And you know what? Timmy did really well in my tournament, by the way, for the NESSIE Cup that happened a few days ago. And I think that he's going to really come out clutch and really pull out ahead.
Well, Girl, who do you got? You were right on the control taking the dub there. It was a tough end zone for the Assault Legends, and they did their best. But that's 1 for 1 here. Let's see if you can go 2 for 2. Who do you got?
Listen, that was the first one that I actually got right, so thank you so much for pointing that out. But I'm actually going to +1 on Daz's prediction. I think that they're going to win as well, so good luck. Good luck to the squad.
All right, well, those are good picks. You know, I actually have my eye shift towards Monsoon, and I have a Team Monsoon prediction here. I love Monsoon's playstyle so much. I think Complexity has just become what a great team. And you talk about good vibes, like what we just saw in that last game. I feel like Complexity and Monsoon, they represent that. And so it just caught my eye. I thought, you know what, let's vote Monsoon's way. I feel like I got to do it one of these days, and obviously competed in my NESSIE Cup as well. So got to support the people who have supported the journey. But those are our picks. Who do you think in chat is going to take this one after taking a look at our teams? Let us know if you have a fan favorite or if you're just rooting for someone to do well. But Girl, it's Olympus, and that means that there will be a different challenge too in 3 strikes. It's a different map. You and I actually played 3 strikes. I don't know if you remember this, on Olympus together in the Post Malone event that was happening, or it was a private lobby of that. It's a fun mode, and some end zones can be really, really spicy.
Yeah, Olympus is kind of harder to play, I feel like, because there's not too many buildings to go and run and hide to and reset. So you're going to be getting shot at from a lot of different directions, I feel like. We'll see what people have learned in the other 3 strikes game that we had previously, but I feel like Newcastle's still going to be prevalent, and as Daz said earlier on, Mirage was played as well. So what do you think the team comps that are going to be played on this one, which ones are going to be the strongest?
Yeah, Daz, I'll leave it to you.
That's a great question. I think after we saw how Forby, their performance that they put on with Conduit in Newcastle, you know, during my NESSIE tournament, they slept on Conduit. I remember calling it saying, I wonder if I'm going to see more Conduit. I think we're going to see a whole lot of it in terms of reset and power. But if I were to have also prediction with these teams, maybe they'll play a lot more of that end zone rather than going for early kills. What do you think?
I think end zone for sure. I think that was the big lesson that I saw with not just the Conduit Newcastle and Caustic that won with Hal, but that we've seen in multiple games. Late rotating is sometimes tough with the fun restrictions we're putting on these teams. And so getting into zone, it's usually never a bad plan. But I do love the Conduit thing. And for 3 strikes, we don't have Lifeline being played. Sometimes it can tilt it in the favor to where you can't do anything. Lifeline revives, then the Newcastle revives the Lifeline, then the Lifeline revives the Newcastle. And it's just, you don't have enough. No weapon does enough damage to interrupt that well most of the time. Will Conduit push Newcastle over the edge, though? A Conduit Q into a Newcastle res, into, you know, a Conduit res again, into another Q. I wonder if there's something there that can really help keep this identity of a good team alive, Daz. I know you thought that she was missed in yours. I agree with you. I think we will see a little bit more of her as well. But you know, in terms of taking the cake, I am absolutely a fan of the early rotation girl. Any surprise picks, though? He mentioned Mirage. You think we'll see Mirage again?
Here's hoping that we see a little Mirage. Girl, what do you think?
It's hard to say on this map. I feel like Mirage and Newcastle won't be as prevalent in 3 strikes on Olympus. I personally am going to be favoring a Fused. But
Well,
yeah.
We're going to find out all about that. Dazs, take a break. Great casting on that last one. You know, that's enough casting for a whole tournament, my friend. So relax. Girl and I will jump in as the players jump out of the dropship heading down towards Olympus in our 5th game. A lot on the line here in our NESSIE Cup finals. And so much fun in 3 strikes. You know it's going to be competitive, Apex.
Might be a little bit biased because yesterday we played Olympus as our last game in Twitch Rivals, and I was on Fuse, and we ended up, you know, gatekeeping a team and killing them at the end there. So I honestly, I want to see at least 1 Fuse, and I'm going to be rooting for them the whole way through. But yeah, we'll end up seeing the team comps here shortly. Let's just take a look at the zone first. Oh, I think we're going to get a little restart. So that's all right.
We will be getting a little bit of a restart there, and we may be coming back. And Dazs, if he started eating a sandwich, I hope not, because sometimes breaks aren't breaks. That's it. You felt, I mean, come on. You want more than that?
You know,
30,
I was already
seconds.
ready, but I'm
We're
excited
here.
I'm excited from what I was already seeing, but you know what? It gives them a little bit more time to figure out their strategy and what they're going to do. Because, I mean, they had 1 game to already predict how to play this.
Yeah.
And this just gives them a little bit more airtime to figure things out before they get back in there.
Yeah, I kind of had some awarenesses on, you know, what would they do in terms of the introspection on, okay, this didn't work this time. But it is a new map as well. And I think maybe you're going to see some firsts kind of pioneered here because every map plays so differently in Apex. Olympus kind of being considered to, if there was another map that might go and do competitive rotation, could be Olympus. But there are some spaces, some areas that will be worked out. It's kind of very contentious as to if some, you know, that will ever be agreed upon without a map change. Girl, what do you think Olympus makes you do in terms of legend choices that maybe Stormpoint or even maybe World's Edge don't? What's the most similar of those maps? And maybe what do you think Olympus forces you to think about a little bit more?
I think Olympus forces you to focus on rotation a lot heavily. So having a rotation legend and then a controller legend to hold your spot down, because holding some space is really important on Olympus because there's not so much space to be held. So you're definitely going to need a legend for holding a space down, but also getting that rotation in. So legends like Caustic, Watson, Rampart, and what else would you think? Like Wraith might work for TPing across, Pathfinder might work, Valkyrie might work. It just depends on the POI you're landing at too as well. Like, are you landing center? We landed Grow Towers yesterday and we didn't get a beacon both games. And not having a beacon, we landed Grow Towers. We assumed that it would go to Rift, and it ended in Grow Towers. That was really upsetting. But that's Battle Royale. That's Apex Legends.
That's the way it is, right, Daz? You're just, sometimes there is RNG. You can try to plan your drop spots and plan your loadout, but sometimes you just don't get the weapons. You don't get the beacons.
Sometimes it doesn't come in your favor, but at the same time, you know, that's why you and I are trying new things with like Ballistic and Vantage. And you're asking the question, do other legends work on this map? Vantage has a lot of power because there is a lot of open space, and even Ballistic when it comes to getting that ammo. Olympus can be a little more challenging when it comes to finding ammo, but listen, Ballistic can really come out ahead on those fights and pushing pretty early, right? Does make a bit of a difference there.
That's a good point. You know, the ammo element of Ballistic, when you look at it yourself, it's one thing. When you look at it team-wide and you say, well, what can we do that other teams can't do because we have this unlimited ammo? It is pressure. It is high pressure. It is getting someone out of a fight potentially shutting off the zone that they can rotate out of, and just spraying and praying, especially if you have things like a Havoc or Flatlines or things that have high yield damage, high bullet damage that are really, really difficult to recover from quickly. And you force shield bats, force a Phoenix kit if you get hit by a big spray. So, you know, we'll find out if that ends up becoming one of the narratives here, but I think we'll definitely see, I guess in my eyes, you know, Valkyrie is a character that I'm looking at seeing a little bit more on Olympus personally. I feel like she fits really nicely. A lot of, you know, there is some areas that it can pull with some extreme height as well. Even just thinking like bonsai towers and playing in those spaces late sometimes can be difficult. But there's also moments where, you know, when you look at Newcastle and what he did, if you look at Newcastle in an area like Olympus, I don't know why, guys. I don't know if I see a Newcastle in that same way. Maybe though, girl, it's just the fact that we haven't seen Newcastle in Olympus very often. We haven't seen this character. But do you feel like he does better, does about the same on this map than he did in Stormpoint? Or even World's Edge?
On this map, there are a few dedicated spots where there are high chances to get the gold res. So depending on your spawn, I feel like there are going to be people contesting for those gold revives. So definitely I think we're going to see at least a few Newcastles. And it is 3 strikes, right? So Newcastle's going to be good no matter which map. But in terms of his ultimate and his shield, I still think he could work because there's not so much cover. So him being able to create that space, being able to use his shield to kind of get closer to the zone later on. I think he's got really good util for 3 strikes and Olympus as a whole. But you're going to have to pair him up with a 1 legend that creates space, does damage like a fuse or something like that, or a horizon, because we're going to need some pushing power, some defense, and then maybe a controller legend. I like to see like a combo like that.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of recon legends, by the way, as well. Bloodhound notably really missing in this lineup of legends. Even Seer, people have been, you know, flirting with a bit, coming back into the meta, but have not seen much of any scans going on. You know, it's kind of a refreshing state of the game, I think, Dazs. We've seen a lot in Apex, and that's been one of the main tenets over the last several months, even half a year. So could feel like maybe there's a swing here in terms of, well, not just in 3 strikes, but what people are valuing overall in the meta.
Definitely. I mean, we have seen the absence of crypto and a lot of those legends. So just like Girl was saying, who are they going to pick for the pushing power? We feel like Newcastle is definitely, okay, that's going to be the legend right now because we see it in a winning squad. But if you don't have anything to push with and you happen to be on the edge and you guess the zone incorrectly, what are you going to do? That's going to be the overall question of what we see and how everyone answers that.
Well, these is, you know, obviously our time between getting back into game, which we did start, and it feels like we have a game ready to go yet again. I appreciate you coming back off break, Dazs, and hanging with us, but now you can actually take it. We're going to jump into Olympus. It's 3 strikes again for our 5th game here in our NESSIE Cup. We appreciate you hanging out with us while we got that fixed up. And now we are ready to rock. Legends locked and loaded, and out of the dropship they go, girl.
Game 5, Olympus, 3 strikes and no lifeline. Just a reminder to the folks at home, no lifeline will be played in this one. As we see people jump out of the ship, it's going to be an exciting game for everyone. And I wish the best. Yeah, this is a beautiful city. I mean, I can't wait to travel over there. Can we get a trip? Can we get a round trip, please?
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready. I'm just going to... you know, I got to pack my space bag, I guess, or whatever it is that would get me to survive in that thing. Plus, what happens when you crash? Do you just fall to the ground? I don't know. I don't think we figured out some of the elements of...
Crash? What do you mean crash?
Well, the cars are flying in the air. I mean, I guess they're not really cars, you know what I mean? But I guess everything's AI at that point anyways. Yeah.
AI, oh my.
Yeah. Yeah, but Olympus doesn't run itself.
Oh.
As we see a 7
Elysium was the drop spot I was thinking of, and Fight Night. Elysium and Fight Night both have gold spawn, so those teams might end up getting gold revive, so they'd end up having a little bit of an advantage if they do get that revive off drop. But I think, as you were saying earlier, going to zone is really important.
Even if you're running the Newcastle, the Watson, and Austin, which is on Newcastle, Austin, and the Conduit, and I can see the Watson being a little bit better here, but, and also preference choice, just getting there quickly because you run out of options late. And Cody, Cream Cheese, and Baby Nikki squad for this one of the winning squad of the game beforehand, which is that Caustic, Conduit, and Newcastle. Take the early revives. Cream Cheese on the Caustic time today in 3 strikes. And trying to get a dub this time. Buster Sword in hand, Mastiff and L-Star as well. As they're just trying to loot up the best that they can, girl.
Yes, they are, and it seems like everyone we've watched so far are more on defensive legends. Oh my goodness, Legendary Doll going down to 1 HP. But they seem to have done the same amount of damage to the opposing team that has been putting and applying pressure on them. Addy's going to get height. Gonna take a look. He's really looking for blood, and Zach looks back and he just keeps running. He's scared right now. They're on triple whites. They are going to run for their lives and play for zone. It looks like they're running towards zone. Raven, Tifa, and who do we got? Dwells? Dwells pushing them or on their team? Dwells is actually pushing them, so take a look here. We might get a fight. Mortar flare detected. And the push is going to ensue. Look at this angling from Dwells.
So smooth with it as well. And avoids the damage from the Fuse ultimate. On the other side, Sweet Sage qualifying from the Raynday NESSIE Cup and continues on, winning the first duos there with Verholst. Now winning the first fight in the finals for our last game of 3 strikes.
That was an incredible push. Doki, Sweet, they were both so aggressive and they cleaned that up pretty well off drop. So they're going to be put in a great position. But it is 3 strikes, so Tifa, Raven, they're coming back potentially. Maybe not on top of their heads, but they're coming back.
Yeah, and that's the question, right? You don't want to create too many enemies, and I think that's maybe one of the reasons why to just chill and rotate as fast as you can. You might get caught out, like Zach seems to be maybe caught out here. Casellos and Verholst in just a better position, and they're going to hold high ground, so Zach's going to have to give up that route. But even if you die here, that's okay. But because you're that much closer, and hopefully you're able to respawn close to where you wanted to end up going anyways. That's a mobile shield with a push right away. Casellos realizes it and moves it right back on. Very good use and utility with the Newcastle, but it's not enough quite yet. Has he done enough damage for Verholst to clean it up, though? Very familiar if you're watching TSM. Verholst trying to lock down those final kills after some entry fragging has been done, and he does it this time around, trying to go for the swap, and he will get it, but he's got to fight against an invisible opponent.
He's by himself on the low ground as well. Addy Avant playing Mirage. That is one of his main legends, by the way. So he's very comfortable with Mirage and probably pretty happy to be playing him in 3 strikes right now. Almost took Verholst down, but not quite. Verholst just ended up getting that really quick armor swap and had his team looking over him. Jem Burton's team right above Emmy Juju with a gold devotion. Love to see it. That's definitely going to put out some great damage. And now they have 2 teams angling them. Let's see if the Sky Nade hits. 3, 2, 1. Does it hit? Oh, not quite. But that would have done a lot of damage if it was just a little bit further.
Yeah. And then I wonder if she's, you're just thinking, well, should I throw it again? Was I off? Are they just not there anymore? Is that angle not possible? It's just a couple of inches away. You would have had 300 damage. It's a game of inches. TSM Raven finding 4B on the other side, and that's going to put them in a quandary. A team in front and behind. It was so easy when all you had to do was throw Sky Nades, but now getting fought from the backside. That nade lands, but it's not needed as Asian Boy moves in with the Horizon and the heirloom weapon, trying to close out the deal. Still looking for the last player.
Great firepower coming from this squad. They were one of the first teams out, but they're coming back for blood. Great ulti from Tifa. Can we get the revive, or are they just glitched in that corner? There's not much space to get the revive off, but She does. One thing I've been noticing though, Raynday, is that once you're in a fight for a long time, you're gonna get surrounded, and I'm not feeling good for Asian Boys team right now because I feel like there are gonna be squads just coming back for blood, but they are on the high ground.
Yeah.
That's
This high ground is good, and there are zones that actually pull into this high ground as kind of being that final area. And the team on height and there's a team below that pretty much can survive quite well. We don't know where that's going to go just yet. We do know, though, that GuhRL's bullet's going to go straight into low G's and find a kill on the Hemlock. Jumping in for more. So aggressive because he knows he's got an advantage. It's one spray, but goes down. And that's Al, who says, not today, young buck. GuhRL gets picked up as quick as he fell, though.
Yeah, they did a great job there. I love the energy from GuhRL, like going in. Might have missed a little bit of shots, but still went in with that confidence, with the team backing him up. It was well done from them, and GuhRL now has a one-up on Hal. A little bit of trolling him afterwards, probably, for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Grabs the final kill. Says, next time, speak to me nicely. Hal says, I've been working on it. As they have.
Good talking points for their next karaoke night.
Yes, which I heard was pretty epic as well.
Yeah, really fun. Clara ended up posting some pictures. It's nice to see everyone together, singing along to a lot of songs.
Surprised their voice is still available to do some comps for today as well. Maybe that's, if you ever see them not connected, it could be. Karaoke is a caster's nightmare, especially in an event like that, until it's over. Then you get to let the pipes ring true. Baby Nikki, though, really good angle. She's done a lot of damage. Trevsak's almost dead. Baby Nikki kind of trying to see, should I push this or not? Zone not pulling in quite yet. And with the conduit, she's going to hit the Q. Get a little bit of more. It forces a cost a goal. Baby Nikki's going to get one kill onto Reps. And looking for another. Baby Nikki on a little run here.
She is insane, and I love the angling she took on the boxes as well. Very confident, good plays, and they end up getting the kills on to Jordan and Trev Stacks there. Great job from Team Cody, and good angling, like you said, from Baby Nikki. I love her movement. She's so good. I need some tips. I needed a little tutorial from her because she put in a lot of effort into that movement, and you can tell from her gameplay.
Yeah, she is quite good in so many senses, aim, movement, but you could tell a player immediately the way they shift around in Apex. And there's a nice headshots from Trance, who will take it. Naya, Mocha, and Sykes' squad will find themselves on one strike, but sitting pretty with the zone about to close. Round 2 closing in just a moment. And it will be in front of them that they have a small walk. And there's that height I was talking about where sometimes this can end.
Yeah, I think you might have predicted it, Raynday.
Big brain. 2 predictions
Big
today.
brain. Oh, wait. The smartest man alive.
The smartest man alive. I don't think I said the smartest man alive. The smartest Apex something alive. It was something like that.
That was amazing.
Affirmation time, you know. I guess I had to do it. You know what's funny?
We all need some affirmation.
I'll let you into a little bit of. I'll break the fourth wall here. Sometimes when you're casting, you just don't know what you're going to say at the end. And so, I wanted to go fortune teller, but my mind couldn't come up with that name. And whenever you're trying to spitball something that starts with an F and you're in the pressure moment, I play it safe. So I went with smartest man alive, and you know what? Now I'm sticking with it.
I love it, honestly. And I think everyone needs a little more of that, like self-love, affirmations. I really believe in what you think is really important, or how you think is really important.
Absolutely.
So, you know, thinking good about yourself and making sure that your mind is healthy is a great thing. So I'm glad you said it, Raynday.
Yeah, thanks. Well, you know, just trying to, you know, give myself positive self-talk. You know, if I'm going to get it somewhere, I might as well just supply,
You'll get it from
be my
me
own
here
supply.
soon.
Yes, and girl, you know, gas me up as well. I appreciate it.
Raynday is a great commentator, great host,
wow,
great content creator, great friend,
wow,
great husband.
That got me. Wow.
He's great at a lot of things.
That's beautiful.
And he even writes books.
Ooh.
So make sure you go check out him. on YouTube. What's your YouTube again?
Raynday Gaming. Yeah, how sweet.
Spell it out.
Oh, that was the premium gas right there. I don't know how much you charge for that at a gas station, but I'm pretty sure most people cannot afford it. That was huge.
Raynday Gaming, everyone. Amazing at everything.
Wow. You know, I can say that that's some of the nicer comments I've gotten in a while. Thank you so much, Carl. Appreciate it. And a great friend as well.
Being a good friend.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you said the same thing
Yes,
at
we
the same
did.
time.
All right, Jinx. All right. All right, we're gonna have to shut this down because this is just going
back
crazy.
to the game. Back to the
game. You know, you never know. The NESSIE Cup, though, I think, you know, just to actually make a point about it is, you know, we have become friends through Apex, and so many of the players here have become friends through Apex, and you know, people that you really respect and appreciate in your lives. And I think that's what this is about. The NESSIE Cup is just, as much as it's a competition, it's saying let's meet up and have fun in the ways that, you know, we've all impacted each other, and it's in this game that we love. And so I love that the community is getting highlighted here. I love that we went on that rant because that's what Apex is about, you know, and that's what I think is fun to watch.
Yeah, we're playing a battle royale. Last one remaining ends up winning, but we're all really passionate about this game. We're all very loving, and at the end of the day, we're all human, and we all love the same thing, which is incredible and amazing. It brings people all around the world together. We have LAN coming up Raynday as well,
right.
And that's going to be incredible.
And if you guys want to get into it, not to take away from this firefight happening with Synox and Designful, Designful seems to be getting the edge of over Stay Naughty, but that'll still ensue. LAN happening May 2nd to 5th. Join us in LA at the Galen Center. I'll be there, Girl will be there. Many of the people, almost all of the people competing in this tournament today, the NESSIE Cup, will be there too. So if you're rooting for someone, go say what's up, give them some nice comments like that in person. You never know what could happen from it. Designful back into the action, getting a med kit off and playing Wraith as we expected. Someone had mentioned Wraith might be played. He's played it in Pro League. He's now playing it here. Synox gonna look for the early res, but it's actually a bit too late. And they will go down thanks to the pressure from Zero, Vaxlon, and Snow Red.
That was a good third party coming in from them, and I really appreciated Synox's movement there and trying to go for the revive, but they ended up getting pinned, so that was unfortunate. Monsoon with the aim, he's flicking, he's shooting his shots, he's hitting those PK shots. They get one, can they get two? Winx is almost going down, but ends up staying alive. Great positioning from her. Monsoon will have to heal, but yeah, he's got to get that ulti down.
Does. That's enough. It's good cover fire from Winx. This is tough. Monsoon's actually going to push this. He knows he can do it. He's got to get one, and he's got to get the other, but he goes down. Oh my God, Mario yet again. This is the second time Dazs will remember Mario somehow with a sliver of health survived to push at Epicenter, and Monsoon with a full purple jumping at him somehow survives as well. Zero still in the same spot with Snow Red and Vaxlon, and they're going to try to make a push. Let's see how they do it and listen into the comms.
If you set up and we win the game, I think.
Yeah, I'm popping no stuff. He's gonna get res. He's getting res here. He's gonna find inside though.
Any bats?
I have two.
I'm dropping one. Dropping two.
He's right here.
I got us. They're gonna find inside. They're gonna find inside.
I hit him for 40 on the door.
Almost at my ult.
Gotta try not to take damage. Landing? I don't know where.
On the roof.
On the stairway.
On the roof, they're on the open.
Wait, what? That's a spot? What the fuck?
Hit the guy's one.
Oh my ult.
Cracked him. Come on, you have wallbacks. Landing,
I got him.
On us, basically. On us. One to the right side. On me.
I'm gonna try.
140. Castle one behind you. 1 HP.
He's weak.
Nice.
I saw that Alden. I'm gonna lead this. I'm leading this.
I need ammo as well.
There's Havoc. I'm batting. Still in our wall. Keep him above us still.
What do you need, Snow?
I need heavy.
Here.
Zero heavy.
Thank you.
Landing on me. Full team on me. Ulti that.
One shot, Castle.
Don't die for it.
I'm trying not to. I got stuck though.
They're all back them out.
I have to play back a little.
I cracked one. No.
I'm batting.
I got him.
Stay for me still. Careful with the team. Checking him up. We're good.
Coming back to you. Make hitting.
There's.
What a moment here from Zero. Girl, it looks like they have the God spot in their mind, and they might just.
They are going crazy. I love the shots. I love the angling from Snow. She needed the ammo. She was assertive, and then she went in with that PK and hit absolutely every single shot, and they're doing so incredibly well. Another fight coming up on the height. Zero's team trying to get some action in on that one as well, but Snow will have to play some more traps down low. She's only got 1 or 2, but they are getting angled out here.
Rough angle. Snow, though, great response, and you just need to show a little bit of presence. Not much can be done there. Now, if this was Girl in yesterday's tournament with a fuse and a knuckle cluster, they would have been in trouble. But right now, they are not. And so it still looks like Zero could be in a commanding position. Spicy Potato, Trev Stacks inside. And Trev Stacks guarding one, playing that typical Rampart we saw in my NESSIE Cup, and with reps as well. Holding down the smallest of corners. They'll probably go for about 4K in LA or New York. But they're making good use of it no matter how much space they got. They've got that Newcastle holding it down tight.
Yeah, it's a good combo with the Rampart walls and the Newcastle walls. Didn't think of that, but they're definitely stacking them. No Red going in with the PK. The PK's been prevalent in this tournament. And it seems like they're going to be able to get that as well. One more shot. Can she do it? Yes, she can, but they're getting thirded, and they are now eliminated by Zach, Legendary Doll, and Mario, who we were talking about earlier, and they placed the exact same Newcastle and prepare for destruction.
I mean, it's like the most extreme version of who places their bubble last. It's really the Newcastle wall. So good at holding that space. What are you going to do? You can't jump over it. It's worse than running into a perimeter security. It'll give you that slow and stun that essentially you're a sitting duck. And so while Sykes has the actual disruptors here on the alternator, makes for a terrible weapon to fight against, you could say Zach on the upper hand has it both in terms of positioning and timing, especially with the ultimate coming down from Mario.
Yeah, I love the gen placement, I love the timing, and I love the IGLing here from Zach. Them pulling it out, top 3, playing a really good spot, utilizing the wall on the low ground, but they have to watch out from the team above them. That's Design and Ghost, just shooting them from right up above. I don't know who's going to win this. Sykes could actually end up third-partying and winning it himself.
He got one up. He got Nyamoka up, and look at that. Disruptor rounds is there, but there's a Caustic. Is there enough of a Caustic ultimate? No, it's Sinox who takes the win in our 5th game and our final 3 strikes of the NESSIE Cup.
Wow, that was incredible and really close. But Designful Senox and Control Ghost, they had the height there above, and they managed to heal up and fight off the last team as well. So they got a lot of kill points at the end there, and they did a great job staying alive.
Just inspiring, too, to see these plays. So much PK action is making me want to play Peacekeeper right now and jump into some lobbies. But we still got one more game to go to decide the winners in all of our final tournament standings, girl. But whether it's Gacellos, whether it was Snow Red, whether it was Verholst and them holding up on high for a while, they were doing great early game, but the rotation just pulled right outside of, I think it was Bonsai, or one of these tower locations, and it was going to become a matter of high ground dropping down onto low for wins.
Yeah, they did a great job third partying here too as well, and taking out one of our strongest teams in the lobby. They got a lot of kills there. They made it to top 6, but unfortunately they ended up going out. Senox and Designful and Ghost here though. Look at that aggression and teamwork. So incredibly well done by the boys.
Yeah, they really did a great job, and Designful rocking that Wraith. It's not a legend that we see played, but there's something valuable about it. You have an oh no button in moments where chaos for seconds matter, and if you could stay alive, well, you could see what can happen there. As we head back to our desk here, we'll bring Dazs back in to get his reaction on that one, because Sinox, Design, and Control Ghost are your winners in Game 5 here in our NESSIE Cup with 1 game to go.
You know, that was amazing to watch. And towards the end, the strategy of Newcastle just creating space in the area that they took where it didn't exist before. But also, I could tell just everyone was having fun. I loved your breakdown of just reminding people why the NESSIE Cup is here and having so much variety in this tournament. We've had just from the start of the day to where we're at now. I mean, it's just amazing. It's been so much fun listening in, hearing you guys cast. You guys are amazing. And it's just been an absolute blast.
Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Daz, and as well, you girl in the cast as well, and all of you who've been watching and supporting. You mean so much to all of us, to me, and to everyone in the Apex Legends community. We've got one more game in our $100,000 NESSIE Cup that will decide it all, and yes, it's the moment you've been waiting for more punching. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back to the NESSIE Cup. It's $100,000 on the line. And as your host, Raynday, Girl, and Daz, we are here to sit with you and call the action for today and all of our amazing competitors and streamers who are participating in this event. We have one more game that is going to determine all of those results, all of that cash, where it is distributed. And don't worry, everybody is getting paid, but it's also a little bit about bragging rights because we do want to see who wins our inaugural NESSIE Cup. Girl, it's kind of like the opportunity to make history.
It is the opportunity to make history. This is the first NESSIE Cup. Come on now. Well, I would be bragging a little bit. No, I wouldn't be. I'd be humble.
Listen, I had an idea that, you know, we should have a trophy, kind of like, you know, the hockey cup. Why am I missing the name of the hockey trophy that
Stanley Cup.
Stanley Cup.
Yeah, right.
You know,
I'm Canadian and I didn't know it.
Yeah, but you get your name on it, and you know it stays the same trophy every year, and we kind of keep, you know, putting yourself on the map and being a part of the history. I love it. I love that idea. I don't know if we'll get a host trophy though. That may not happen, but we'll still have been here. Guys, Game 6 is also on their way. These are your teams. We've rotated them yet again. Synox and his squad, now Trance and Control Ghost, which means Synox and Control Ghost are actually on the same team 2 games in a row, which is great for them because they just won. So we'll see if Trance can fit in where Design was. But Design this time, Dazs, will be with Jen Burton. That's not a bad switch up.
That really isn't a bad switch up. That would kind of be where I was leaning towards looking at this next squad and future squads. That's, I guess you could say that would be my prediction as we talk about Design full of Jen Burton and Logi. That's who I'm guessing would be coming out on top for Game 6. They've had a lot of experience now with Melee only at the start. And what I love is that we're kind of rounding out the tournament now with Melee at the end, right? Kind of doing something a little unique, but also rounding it out at the very end.
I need to get your thoughts too, girl, because you're going to be taking a break on this one. Dazs and I will go casting. So I want to get as much from you before we do that on the thoughts on what people will change, if anything, going into this one. Because it was a punch fest. It was a Watson fest. We saw so much of kind of the same thing being run. I mentioned maybe crypto was something that was being missed out. That would totally throw everybody's plans in that small circle out the window. But do you think anybody's going to be that risky and change things up?
I definitely think there's going to be a lot less like Assault Legends, like a lot less Fuse and maybe even less Caustics because Watson was so prevalent. We did see Newcastle win, so I feel like everyone's going to pick up Newcastle there at the end, and that's definitely going to come to play. But as for the third legend, it'd be really interesting. Like Horizon could work, Valkyrie could work, Crypto could work, as you said. So it'd be nice to see what kind of legends that they pull off, but I feel like it's going to be very defensive this time around.
Okay, very defensive this time around. Another point that is very important to remember. There are not a lot of aggressive plays because you can't really get aggressive, kind of building your own territory. That's your strength. If someone can impede upon you and you can't impede upon them, that's going to be tough. So that's why we see, I think, what we saw last time around. But with no weapons, no guns, I mean, things like I'm going to go back to it, but you don't have to stay with me, Dazs. I want to hear your thoughts as well on this. Crypto drone can't even be shot out of the air. There's no way you could stop an EMP from going because you don't have a gun. So I like it. I love the iteration. What are you thinking here going into it? The only 2 legends, Rampart and Vantage, not allowed in this final game.
I'm with you. I really want to see a crypto. I do. I want to see everyone
get changed the whole lobby.
Yeah, at the very end, everyone's strats just get turned upside down. I think one of the more interesting strats that really surprised me was when Baby Nikki was standing on top of her lifeline package and looking down at everyone, just making sure nobody climbed up, because it was like a sea of damage from the fences, from the caustic gas. It was a lot of danger, but that lifeline care package was actually big brain and big meta, in my opinion. But also, crypto, also big brain. So I really like where we're heading with things and the thought process.
Yeah, gonna be fun. Okay, so, girl, you saw Design win with obviously Synox and Control Ghost. You felt Jen Burton might have a streak because he came off of winning with you last night in the tournament you all played in on Twitch. And now I'm thinking Design and Jen Burton. That's who Deeds and I are going for. Sorry, not Deeds and I, Dazs and I are going for. Who do you have heading into this one as your prediction?
Well, honestly, I would go with you guys, but I'm going to actually go with a different team this time around. Dazs was hyping up Zach in his tournament, Zach Mazer, and Renison and Trev Stacks. I feel like they got something cooking. So potentially them for the win on this last game. But as we know, my predictions haven't been so good today, so I'm so sorry, guys.
No, they've been good. Don't say that.
Everyone in this tournament is fantastic. I mean, there's not a right or wrong answer because anybody could pull anything out. Trying to figure out how to clutch up the meta and being thrown, it's like being thrown to the wolves with a new idea, but it's just a lot of fun at the same time. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I love the chaos of it. That has been the greatest part about this NESSIE Cup, and it's just been so fun to see the players where they could have resisted in some ways. That's just not Apex's style. They go in and they go in 100%, and then they double it. And so we've seen these players really own it. And I got to say, highlights, as we're not closing, but we're getting ready to go into Game 6. That 30v30 match, I mean, that's going to live down in infamy in Apex. I've never seen anything like it, and it actually makes me think like this would be so fun to participate in. How can we make this a LTM or something that we can all play in?
Oh, that'd be pretty awesome, actually. And speaking of LTMs, there's a really, really good one out right now called Lockdowns, brand new out this week. So definitely make sure to turn on Apex after the tournament and check it out.
I think, Dazs, if anything, if we felt it, I'm sure people watching have felt it. You just want to play Apex after this because you just realize how good of a game it is, how much fun you can have. And, you know, I do have to say this. You two, you know, you left me. I went to Boston. You went to LA. You had a great time at Respawn. So, Dazs, you know we're going to talk about it in-game. But before that, girl, just how was your experience in Respawn, EA inviting you to have fun and try that new Lockdown LTM?
It was an honor. It was a blessing to be able to be a part of that, to leave my house for once after playing Apex every day for 5 years, you know, being able to meet everyone and being able to be in like an inclusive and really welcoming environment. The team, everyone, Chin, Karen, Michelle, they did a great job hosting it and organizing it. It was so well organized. Few gifts as well that we got. It was really, really nice. But the mode was really, really fun, and being able to shout out at people that you're playing against. Like I was able to be like, Greek, oh my God, you caustic ulted this room, and being able to do that all in the same room was really fun. But it was a great experience. I hope to see you next time at the event.
Oh, you know I will be there. Girl, take a break. You've done some great casting today, and I think your predictions, they're going to come into fruition here as well. So, Dazs, I know you were a part of it. I highlighted Girl because she was going to go rest a little bit before we finish this tournament, but you were there too. And how did you feel in that environment? It seemed pretty amazing.
I'm not going to lie. It was one of the most memorable experiences. One, after being cooped up for so long, it reminds me I need to get more active. After having a little one, it's a nice reset to go out and see everyone. A lot of people who were here in this tournament, you know, also got to be a part of the event. And there is just a whole different feeling when you're playing Apex and you're in the room with others. And remember that there is somebody across that computer, and it just coming full circle with NESSIE Cup. Let's be honest, that's what brings us all together. As they're watching your stream, Girl's stream, my stream, play Apex channel, we all love Apex. That's why we're here. This is why we do it. And I hope, you know, it's not to close things out because we're in the final round, but it's just a reminder that this is what we love to do. I just want to take a moment to thank everyone for watching, but of course, subscribe, follow Raynday, follow Girl, because there's just amazing creators here and amazing people, and it warms my heart knowing that there's great people in the community.
And you too, my friend. You make some great stuff go down on YouTube and all around any content you both touch. So appreciate you and the shout out, and appreciate everybody here watching. And I appreciate Naya Mocha. You know why?
Why is that?
Because she's playing crypto. That's
let's go. That's what we're talking about.
Because crypto is in the lobby. You just needed one. You just needed one crypto. And now the whole in game is going to change.
All they got to do is make it to that end game and hold it. And look at this.
If they make it, that's right.
If they make it, that's true. As long as they don't get bothered. It looks like Timmy took a little bit of early damage. Nobody has been eliminated from the lobby as everyone is setting up. But we see that Lifeline. We see that Watson. We see even Valkyrie even coming back into play. Valkyrie has not been yet abandoned, which is very interesting in terms of compositions and people staying firm in their beliefs on what can work in this mode of melee only. So if you're just tuning in watching, reminder, this is just fisticuffs, no guns. So if you're weirded out why they're not picking up weapons, there is a purpose to it.
Well, no, they just realized weapons were the least optimal way of doing damage in Apex. This is the new meta, guys. Don't
this
let
is it.
Dazs fool you. This is the best way to do it. Low G's and Thermite in hand, gonna go into the Wraith queue, and
this is not good because this is our prediction. This is our group right here.
This is rough. This is rough. I don't know. But Sweet Sage also on the Wraith, and maybe that's the reason the Wraith queue didn't really give much of an advantage there. But Designful went down to Stay Naughty and Dokibird. They do take the gravity cannon out, so I think they might be still alive, have a chance.
Wow, we're seeing a lot of early fights going on compared to last time. They're not putting anything on the table. They're saying we're gonna get people out. We're gonna punch everyone. We have heirlooms. We have Nessies to smack you over the head with. We have fences. it's just kind of an all-out brawl early on already compared to what we saw last time. Why do you think they're changing their strats early so much? Is there something in the water?
I think there's something in the water. It's a Game 6 thing, something in the water. That's absolutely how it is. And that just happens, you know, the pace of a tournament. You know, sometimes people realize last game, let's let loose a little bit. Last game, XYZ hasn't worked. Let's get a little bit more aggressive. Last game, you know, 8 teams are like vying for first place, so they don't do anything. So now where they would have been fighting and following up, they don't. So you just get these weird rotations where these like things aren't punished. It's an element of a tournament at this length. And, you know, where you can change the tournament is all the things that we've done. But where you cannot take the tournament out of Apex is just 6 games in a row. You're gonna have a different ebb and flow to your levels of aggressiveness and consistency. And also, hey, let's just be honest, Dazs, it's not easy to compete in a battle royale. I don't know if you've ever done that before, but I've only competed in one, and just sitting that long and going through all 6 games, it takes a lot of focus. It's very draining, you know, whether you're playing well or not.
I agree with you on the whole thing, the ebb and flow, the focus that it requires. I remember early on competing and just playing Watson. That's how I got my main, actually, early on. Before, you know, playing Vantage, played a lot of Watson. As we see Watson being hunted down as we speak with a Wraith coming out of nowhere, we see these teams fighting. It's just, it's a lot to play at this high level and provide that level of focus after that extended amount of time. It does take a lot of players, but it is, not gonna lie, a lot of fun, I have to say.
Always a lot of fun when you're talking about what we've got here in Apex. Zero also on the Valkyrie. I love this choice. I think this is one of those counters that feels good. You get movement for your team, but you get solo movement, and it's going to be impossible to punch somebody in the air unless you got a counter Valkyrie. Now, this one, Adjuvant, it's been real fun, real spicy with the picks. Mirage, 2 games in a row, and now a Catalyst. Walk me through the Catalyst thought process, because it's another legend that has a huge impact with their ultimate that could play a difference in that end game too.
I agree with you on the ultimate. Creating a line in the sand, visibility becomes a major factor. But if we look at the ground, we see tacticals. Remember, these tacticals can't be destroyed unless you do a significant amount of damage.
Oh my.
And that damage, even look at the spikes there, holding close next to it, it takes a lot to blow out a Catalyst tactical. And because of that, we see teams that are able to coexist so close together, and we see them all huddled up here, and they're allowing them to move, but they're saying, hey, don't come near my square. This is my boxing arena. You come over to my boxing arena, that's it, you're dead. But they will say you can live in that space though.
This is it. This is the best thing ever. This is
Crypto
mobile
team.
This is mobile security.
Oh, whoa! I didn't even think that was possible. They lost a part of their car.
Rep stopped driving. He said,
He's like, wait a minute, what happened there?
Does it feel lighter? Yeah.
I think we lost a door.
Somebody open a window? What's going on here?
What's fascinating about that,
God.
using the crypto as well, is the crypto is pretty safe to stay in the drone, and it keeps them pretty mobile. They're really thinking outside the box here.
Man, that would have been the best situation if you could have taken that into the final zone. But guess what? There's still time, and that's all it takes for Watson to get that pylon back up. As you can see, it's a northern zone, so the Trident's going to come in handy on these rotations. We the People and his squad very, very late to the game, but in this zone, we'll have a little bit of time to push it. But yeah, Dazs, you know, some teams absolutely lagging behind a little bit. It's not uncommon to see probably 35% of the lobby take this route, especially if they don't have primary positions yet. But still, with only punching to go, I mean, maybe you can rotate as late as you want. The only difference is if you can keep 5 feet of distance away from the next player.
You see the confidence that over half the lobby, I would say, feels holding these positions and these angles. I would say a majority of these players say it's pulling here. We know exactly where it's at, and we are not moving. Well, the rest of the lobby is playing a whole different strat and different game altogether, saying, you know what? You guys can have the early game. We'll be sure to bunker and bust with that crypto potentially. I cannot wait to see that moment. And when that moment comes in, we're going to see so much damage go out. We're going to see everyone pretty much caught out, unknowing what to do at that moment.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. We've definitely seen changes, and I think this is this is a good one. It's a Wraith Valk stare off. Valk's gonna
want to point out that we did lose one individual, but the lobby is back up to 60. They did manage to get the revive back. We do have everyone back. Everyone is healthy. And as healthy as they can be in this lobby. So everyone is going to be battling out, and we have yet to actually lose a team. Will we actually see a team get knocked out early, or is everyone going to pay respects until they get into zone?
You know, I don't know. Maybe Raven is just, you know, has created like a laminated pamphlet for these guys on what to do in all situations in Apex, because the TSM boys have the same thought process. Reps had his little mobile pylon, and now Verholst has his. And I just love this cam view of it because, you know, we thought of Apex Siege. You know, now we're thinking of Apex Racing here. I mean, this looks pretty fun. Have that thing supercharge the car. I'm with it.
It's an impenetrable fortress. You cannot punch this thing out. It'll take way too long, because look, they rotated around and they have red armors. That's something to really highlight here. Look at some of the teams that have hunkered down. They're on blue, but these guys are very confident. They still found a space, and they said, you know what, we weren't even worried for a second. All of you guys who got here early to zone, you're panicking for no reason. We got the strats, we got the information. The best of all, they got the shields, and I think it's really going to pay off. What do you think?
Listen, I think it's an interesting... the shields are only as valuable as how late you fight, because if you fight confidently a blue team, but then somebody third parties you, they could have blue and they'll still beat you, because at that time, there's no res possibility, or there's no reset possibility. But if they can be in a position where you get in that final zone and you do come in late, like you saw Hal do in that last game, we played this in the start of the tournament, then that starts to become an advantage. So I think the name of the game for Verholst and squad is just staying out of it. But as we say that, the first crypto ultimate comes in, and it's not as chaotic as we would have thought, but it certainly shows its presence here.
Chaotic, maybe not so much, but I think it's a warning sign. A warning sign to everyone that the crypto is present and that crypto does have a play. They just wasted their gen now because they had to place a new one. So maybe the crypto ult, whenever it does get placed, maybe they'll have to time it better in terms of making sure that they're able to just run up there and just start punching. Or maybe they're just feeling things out. Or probably best of all, maybe they're leveling up armors.
Absolutely. There's so many different elements to it. And that's going to be the juiciest crypto ultimate in Apex Legends history when this zone reaches either zone 4 or zone 5, because these teams are still going to be alive. There's no reason to fight. There's no reason to overcommit to a fight here. Everyone is going to try to take space and stare each other down.
And you know that stare down is the intensity. They're already kind of deciding their victims of who they want to push out and who they want to fight. We saw the stare down already happening, and we see a stare down happening now. Just getting in a little push here. Let's get a listen in here soon on one of these teams, potentially, as they start to fight, because some of the chaos is ensuing, and we might want to see what their strats could be. But overall, the meta of them breaking in and pushing out of fights is just going back and forth. It's nutty. It is wild out here. It's the Wild West, and all you got is your fist. That is it. It's kind of scary when you think about it.
Yeah, and, you know, it goes to Lifeline, too, seeing the Drone of Compassion helping out there, not only with the quick reses, but you're not going to have time to use your fists to be able to use shield batteries and med kits. You need those fists for damaging. And so the fact that you can have your hands still punching and that drone still healing, albeit it may heal your enemy here and there, as long as you can have the right angles, that'll definitely do wonders and push you over the edge. Conduit will also do that, though we've seen teams opt away from her in this version of it. And as I say it, we're going to see one of the teams that is using her. Snow Red, Zainu, and Imperial Hal rocking with the Conduit. So this is a
Are they going to bump them
choice
off?
I like.
Oh, look at that. Hal has
good.
no respect for these individuals. He says, get off that wall. You don't belong there. We don't care if you have height. Get off right now.
I'm surprised he didn't use his VTOL, his missile swarm, Dazs, because that's decent damage. That would have an impact on him.
There he goes now. He might be listening to you. He's like, wait a minute, you're right, Raynday. I agree. Why didn't I missile swarm? I could have gotten them. But they're making sure they have pressure. They know that this wall is kind of impactful, but they don't want them staring them down, which I find fascinating when we see melee only. The amount of areas that players will find and discover is fascinating, but also ensuring that they have space. Look at Hal making sure, hey, I'm going to clear out this area and make sure we have it, and it creates a nice strategic advantage here.
Look at that damage. I mean, that's just good damage. And one of the things about it, as Hal, you could see right here, He's an IGL, and IGLs know this is the space I want, and I'm going to take it. It may look a little brutish, you know, maybe even on the bully side of this space in Apex, but that's what you have to do. You have to say, this is my area. Do not try to build your fence over here. As much as you've got fences on cooldown, I have got my missile swarm on cooldown. But Hal may be realizing that there could be an issue. I want to know what he's thinking, and more importantly, what he's saying.
You just box us up somewhere, bro.
I think we play on here, okay? Put the gen right in this corner.
Yeah, that's going to.
Right away, put it down. You have no more ultra cells, right?
Nope.
Wait, is nobody even... Is there? I don't think there's anybody inside, but I don't think it's good anyways.
Nah, I don't think it's that good. I'm getting this nade though.
Thing is, if we play... I don't know.
No obstacles here. It's gonna be fucked, bro. I'm not gonna have all.
Yeah, this team is... It's fine. We're like hella close to the center of the zone. Like, it's gonna end like right here. We just hope that you get your gen by then.
Well, Hal with a skyward dive. He's done it before to set up a championship or a playoff split one win in London. This time, will he have done it to set up a win in the NESSIE Cup? Only time will tell, but we are closing in on our final zones in our 6th game and our 2nd of our no punch tournament here.
A lot of respect. Everyone is still alive, but you can tell from the comms, players are starting to get really nervous. There's a lot of tension building, not only just because of lack of space, but of a decision of who they're going to punch and where they're going to hold. From just Imperial Hal's comms, you can tell that they're playing it really smart, but also predicting what's going to happen next and what utility you have. And look at this. Somebody is trying to steal their vehicle and fighting him off and just runs back inside and just sneaks in and off. That was a quick sneak attack. That was very unique. I love the aggression, just beating them down and then running away immediately before they could even react. That was actually a really interesting play, and I love the thought process behind it.
So interesting, you know, but that is GuhRL's vehicle. It's dropped up above, GuhRL's on the side, Hal on the other side of that, and or excuse me, Timmy, it seems like, on that side. And this team has been interesting. Synox, they won last game, but they obviously know they have to try to traverse this open ground. We the people, Tifa, Jesse, also on a trident on the outside. GuhRL's punching away the new perimeter securities. It's so tough when that Watson pylon is right behind you. You get that fast regen of those fences. But he says, don't mess with the fences this time around.
Can they find a spot here is also one of the big questions. They actually did. They managed to find a box that nobody occupied, but that Newcastle, just like Girl had mentioned, is a strat in terms of bumping people off. That Arcstar may not be able to do enough as it got blocked with a shield. What big brain strat there. They got to get them off their box. They can't have anybody near it, but they're fighting for it pretty hard. And one goes down, surprisingly. Raven and Casellas and Mario taking over their box. Maybe they were not aggressive enough to hold them out.
Yeah, that was impressive from, I think it was Casellas, who we've seen play Newcastle now in 3+ games today. Just doing it, navigating a maze of Watson fences is Synox. It's going to take Big Brain to even move forward here, and he gets hit by that. Drone also detected. So what does that mean? Will these fences all go away? What will happen? And where will that drone elect to be used? It is Nyamoka, we know, who has it. The crypto. To change everything
there it is.
In an instant.
We see drone detected. Is this when they use it? Are they going to hold out? Nobody can punch that. The only thing that could really hit that would be a fuse. But even then, there's so many Watson gens that opportunity is just long gone. That drone's going to stand up in the air, and it's about to change the whole game. And then here it comes. Massive damage. Boom. Everyone just gets hit and obliterated. Another one is coming in for a second time. But did that one get destroyed? I don't think I saw that one go off.
Somehow, there was either something with Spectator or that got destroyed as well, but there is another drone. Maybe it got canceled out. There is another drone being detected, so look at that. Everything has changed. The landscape has shifted. What was a fence land now is an open battlefield, but it's trying to be reconstructed through the Watson players. Monsoon and his team, Spicy Potato and I Love Noodle, holding down the slow ground, and Valkyrie with their heirloom trying to hold this area.
One thing I have to say, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I noticed it right away. The gen placements were a panic reaction, but notice how they're not ideally placed in the center, that they're kind of on the edges once that crypto drone went out. So it did disrupt the flow, and like you had mentioned, I like how you see a reconstruction, and speaking of which, there's another crypto drone, and it blows everything. My gosh. And see the panic gens. They throw them down out of sheer panic, but are they thinking about what's coming?
That's right. You're just trying to replace it, but that's the problem with it. You're replacing the gen, but maybe there's a better spot now that all the other gens are gone, and not everyone who had a gen before is going to have the position or even the ultimate available now. So that's the difference. The fight is taking place on the high ground. They're going in on it. Caustic maybe a few shots away, still on blue. Reptar backing up and down, tries to get a shield cell off. Not enough time. Has to defend his team with the kunai. A kick from the Caustic as well, and that will send them down, and it's just going to be a quick Phoenix. And maybe worth just a shield cell, but could be also running out of meds.
Reptar really holding it down with a squad, but you're right. 4B looks like he's kind of...
Oh
wow. This reset, I love the fact that we're seeing Crypto in the Catalyst wall now coming into play, blocking full visibility on individuals. And I'm sure that Crypto drone has to be very overwhelming of who to hit. Do I hit the left? There's a ping here, ping there. I can see the sheer panic and understanding of like, what do I even look at?
And look at how safe that is. Look at how many ordinances are being blocked. Look at how many things are being changed with the Watson pylon, but some teams just aren't getting to play with it. And that drone detected, those two words spell doom for anyone who isn't ready, because as the zone starts to move, the chaos will begin.
We're gonna listen in on the chaos. Let's take a listen.
I'm hiding in a box right now. They can't see me.
Damn! Dude, they're all three just beat me.
Look at this, the Newcastle wall, Raynday, tell us, my gosh, what are we seeing here?
Look at this, all the Watson fences, they were defenseless, and have they come to their senses? We'll see if this can be TSG. It's Timmy, it's Furls.
Oh my gosh.
With the win. After all, what a play in our final game of the NESSIE Cup.
That Wraith port came in clutch by buying them more time than one could have ever thought, and other people were using him and abusing him as well. Fantastic play from Verholst and their team. That's just, I was mind blown from seeing how people played and how their patience that they had as well.
Just insane. What a moment to finish it off. And it was a great couple of, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes there to get to it. It's a great little crescendo that we saw. And, you know, from Hal setting up space to the skyward dive, we thought might have done it all. Verholst ended up winning it after using that trident. He was in that corner. That trident right on the top of your screen is where Verholst is sitting. That position and the rotation from there ended up winning it all, but not without a ton of action in the meanwhile. Crypto drones, we finally see the POV from backslide. Oh my god, that's easily like 1,000 damage.
And just one ultimate. I love the fact that these are things you're never going to see in Apex just on the daily. But look at that visual right there. Verholst getting to see the winning POV from him, clutching out and pulling out ahead there for his team. Verholst, Dahl, and Cody coming out winners for Game 6.
Just a great shout out as well, not only to Verholst and everyone involved on that team, Dahl and Cody, but just that event, because it was so fun. And I know that, girl, you were watching on the sidelines. We wondered if there would be a crypto. There was, but that wasn't the team that took home the cake. It was Verholst at the end who would win.
But it definitely helped. It definitely helped to see all that and the Wraith portal. But I honestly really enjoyed the Valkyries as well. Because that's one of my ideas from the very beginnings. Like Horizon and Valk might be really good when everyone's fighting on the bottom. So that was
Yeah.
really awesome to see.
Yeah, and the fact too that you just, Horizon lets everybody else use that utility. Sometimes that's good, and when you have weapons, you can kind of play games there. But you want everyone to be on the bottom. You want a solo of and be above everyone, Daz. And that Valkyrie ended up paying huge dividends for Hal. We saw how aggressive you could be up on high, back down, be safe, and obviously it won the game for Evan and Dahl and Cody.
I agree. Every second really mattered. A minute there, I thought that it was going to be Timmy pulling out ahead. But then we got the surprise for Verholz just inching out in just an extra millisecond to survive. Because, at that point, every millisecond matters from coming out of Wraithport or even flying just above all the damage.
Certainly a just such a fun event to watch. It really is so interesting. It's hard to put words on it because we don't have these opportunities. Doing this in this way was a journey. It was a decision. It was an idea, and it has turned into something so real and so fun that I think everyone watching has really, really enjoyed. I know I've enjoyed, girl. This has been so much fun casting or just listening to you cast and watching our players compete.
Yeah, it was really nice to see everything go down, and it was the first time we've ever done something like this. So there's definitely a lot that we've learned from it, but we definitely could see the enjoyment coming out from everyone, chat, the audience, and the players, and us, the casters, the observers too, even are all having a great time. So it's been a blast and definitely a blessing.
Yeah, the whole crew was just absolutely in tears. Some of those moments in that 30v30, and the intensity too. I gotta say, I didn't know how the punching would work, but the intensity, a great game is usually one that has a great crescendo. That's why battle royales are so good with viewers, are so good with esports. It's like you want to see how it ends. It kind of builds naturally, but the punching builds even more because no one really fights until that very last moment, Daz.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what makes this tournament so memorable. We're all going to walk away and always remember. I think even the creators themselves, big, small, professionals, because we've watched a lot of ALGS throughout the years. But like you had mentioned earlier, way earlier in the cast, we're on year 5 of Apex. You know what's beautiful about this whole thing? We're still finding unique ways to make the game fun. And tonight just really showed me personally, and I think for all of us, that Apex has a lot to offer always. It's just why we keep coming back. The addiction is real,
and I think to echo that, Apex is constantly reinventing itself, and in that way, we're also constantly being somewhat surprised at the newness of this game, whether it's season 20 and releasing 100 new perks for these legends, or whether it's even season 3 and going away from the game we love, the wingman that has 30 bullets in it and, hits for 150 a shot. You know what it is back there and back in that day, into World's Edge, a map that was such a far departure from Kings Canyon and is now the mainstay map. I would say maybe the most iconic map in all of Apex. Girl, it's kind of the story of Apex to reinvent, to come up and be different, and still surprise us with something that we didn't know we would love. But wow, once we play it, once we experience it, we can't get enough of.
Yeah, ever since I opened up Apex Legends, I knew it was the game for me, honestly. I ended up switching from another game, and it's just like, it just feels so good to play. Apex Legends is the best game to play. It feels so good. The movement, the shooting, the time to kill, and the community. Everyone's amazing.
That is true. One of the things too is the community. It's hard not to think about all the people behind the scenes who don't obviously get an opportunity like this. The ALGS, girl, you and I have been lucky to be a part of that in our time. And obviously, Daz, you've been a part of that too, casting APAC. And that's a different dynamic. That's a different showcase of a different journey. Content creators, though, they put in so much work and so much time, and sometimes behind the scenes that we don't get to see. I'm so glad we got to shine a spotlight on them today. And also, I hear we have an interview as well, and I think I know who it is. Speaking of behind the scenes, someone who puts a lot of effort into the community, it is Legendary Dahl who will be joining us here on the NESSIE Cup broadcast. Legendary Dahl.
Hello.
How are you?
I am over the moon.
So
I cannot stop cheesing.
I was gonna say, your name makes a lot more sense now looking at the background of your beautiful setup. Congratulations. 1-2 games, and you in both of them 3 strikes. How does that feel just with your performance today in the finals on this type of stage?
Absolutely amazing. Like I have no words to describe the feeling right now other than on the top, like it's king in the hill. The Watson, it might have to be my new main. I mean, manifested it. We got that first dub from the very first game. We got a dub on the very last game. It's just an amazing opportunity to be here. And I appreciate you guys recognizing a lot of love for all the tournaments that I also host as well. And then being someone as a participant, being someone as a small creator, it's amazing, and I can't thank you enough. And this community really is beautiful. Like when it comes to Twitch Rivals, when it comes to NESSIE Cup events, when it comes to small creator events, all the events bring us together, and that's what I love. It gives all of us the opportunity to meet other pros, other content creators like ourselves, to have this opportunity to kind of branch out. So I love this.
Makes me so happy to hear like all of your smiling and your giggling, and you do so much for the community, and we thank you so much for it. And I have one question for you. What was your favorite part of this event, and would you ever want to participate in it again?
Favorite part, honestly, is as cheesy as it sounds, the whole thing, honestly.
Aww.
All the good, all the bad, the not so great placement games, the first place games, like I'll take all of it. At the end of the day, what it comes down to is just vibing out the people that you end up getting to team up with, you know, and that's a huge part in it all, and I absolutely would love to do another one.
How did it feel behind the scenes getting new teammates and meeting new people? I think that's what makes the NESSIE Cup so great, is the opportunity, like you said, to meet new people. How did it feel having new teammates, strategizing? Give us some of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. I was like, I hope that we get different teammates every single game, because again, the whole chance is to meet so many different people. So I love that aspect of it being randomized. I loved how there was so many different formats, whether it be 3 strikes, whether it's customized with 30v30. Like we don't even have that in Apex, but we created that in the custom. So that creativity to flow and kind of think on a whim, and then also think collaboratively as a whole group, is so many ways to put into perspective.
Well, Legendary Doll, you know, we just wanted to take some time to highlight you, all the things you do for the community. Whenever your name comes up, people mention how much behind the scenes you do to support others. So it's great to highlight you. And with your performances today, it was impossible not to as well. Anything that you want to say to anyone who's watching, just whether your stream or somebody who's looking and seeing the performance today, the floor is yours here to close out.
Honestly, everyone, my whole Legendary fam, my whole community, everyone's been so, I'm trying not to cry because I'm gonna get very emotional. Like this,
That's okay.
This whole past couple days has been a dream. And like I said, again, the whole opportunity to meet so many different creators and people that I admire, people that I look up to, like from casting Fallout's tourney to being one of the casters, and now on the other flip, now being interviewed for NESSIE Cup. So it's mind-boggling. I just want to say thank you for everyone that have shown so much love and support, and all the casters. You guys have done such amazing things for everyone and uplifting them. Everyone that worked on the production team, everything ran so smooth. Just a huge shout out to the whole community, honestly. Like I said, the times where it really counts and it matters, we can all come together. And I know I always have my peers and other people to look to for support. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Legendary Doll. Congratulations again on your 2 wins today, your performances. We cannot wait to see what you continue to do in the Apex community. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
What a moment. Talking with Legendary Doll there, winner of 2 games, our first and our last. It's kind of poetic, girl, when you really think about it. And, you know, I just love hearing her energy. It works so well to kind of put an actual face and yeah, energy is the right word to what this tournament means to people, girl.
No, she's really kind-hearted, and I could hear from the moment she smiled and spoke. Like I almost cried as well. Like she just brought such good energy, and she is definitely like a stand-up person in the community. She's hosting her own Random Royale this weekend as well, and it's amazing. Amazing to be able to showcase every creator in the community, to be able to showcase everyone. It's just, there's no words to put to it.
Well, you know, for us three, we've been on a bit of a journey here. And as we look to close out the show, I would be remiss if I did not give both of you just a chance to say some final thoughts before we close out what has been over a month-long journey of tournaments to get to this moment. So I know you just spoke, but girl, I'll go back to you for any final thoughts, and Daz will close with you as well on yours, and I'll bring it home.
Big shout out to the Apex community for the support. Big shout out to the creators and pros for playing. Big shout out to you guys for being such good sports. Minus Tempo, Chrono, the whole crew behind the scenes. But yeah, for anyone at home watching, as much as video games are so much fun, make sure you get up and stretch in between games and take care of your health, self-care, self-love. Love everyone around you. All starts from your heart. So make sure you're taking care of yourself.
Beautiful words. Thank you, girl. Daz, it's been a journey.
It has. I just want to say it's been 5 years. I never would imagine after 5 years this is what we would be doing, casting alongside you, Raynday, and girls, such amazing casters. I'm just overwhelmed by the opportunity. I know I said it before yesterday. Shout out to Respawn, to EA, to the Apex community, to people who watch on our channels, who support this, and just even the participants in the tournament, like you saw from Legendary Doll and others. It really reminds us that after 5 years, we're still playing this game. We still enjoy it. We still love it. And I'm excited to see what happens in the next 5 years, as well as just the future. I know, just like I'll echo the thoughts from what Girl said, that, you know, this game, we love it so much. And of course, the community will always lament frustrations, but at the end of the day, it's because everyone loves it so much. And everyone wants to see the Respawn team succeed. Everyone wants to log in and have some fun and just play at the end of the day. And that just shows what the NESSIE Cup is today, that we all came together and just had some fun.
Well, you two put it so well. There's not much to add to that except my own thank yous and appreciations for both of you. You did a great job, not just today, but over these months. And it's a pleasure and honor to work with both of you. And of course, EA and Respawn. What a great gift back to the community. You didn't need to do it, but you decided to. And that's the sign of a company with heart and integrity. And we really appreciate being allowed to be a part of that. PKG, Oversight Esports, big shout out. Like you said, Minus Tempo, Chrono. The behind the scenes work for this has been nuts, but they did it and put it together, and such professionals across the board. And of course, all of you, everyone who played, our community, everyone who watched, everyone on our streams, we can't do it without you. Your viewership, your presence is what makes this an actual community. That's why we hope to see you in LA, and we hope to keep seeing you in our streams and in our videos. You are the lifeblood of Play Apex. I can only say it in one way. My gratitude runs deep, and it will continue to do so for a game that has changed our lives, and my life particularly, over these last 5 years, and hopefully many more years to come. From all of us, Raynday, Girl, Daz, and everyone who put on the inaugural NESSIE Cup, we wish you a fantastic evening. We love you. We'll miss you. And as always, never give up. Never stop gaming. And we'll see you all next time.